Ну что, здравствуйте, дорогие.
Good day, dear participants. Probably Vivaldi should be muted. Well, we don't close Vivaldi himself, but we can probably put an end to his music right now.
Take your seats, please. There was some music associated with that, right? Take your seats, no? Какой-то рэп, да. Окей. Ну, как вы после вчерашнего?
How are you after yesterday? How are you? I don't see enthusiasm. I don't hear enthusiasm. I don't see your hands up. I don't hear anything. Yeah, now I see and hear the hands. Otherwise, you were really lacking enthusiasm and energy. And it turns out that everyone is doing great. Where is my phone? I'm so sleepy that I didn't open the agenda for today. Did you see the agenda for today? Did you go through it? Yes? Did you go through the agenda? You? Okay. Good. It's clear that you went through the program. Just because you're the program committee. So I have my agenda. So let's follow the agenda. 8:30 registration desk opens. Did everyone go to the registration desk? Did everyone say hello, Olivia? Did you say this?
Yes. Да, хорошо.
Good. 9 sharp, according to our agenda, we should have had the fourth session. Now it's 9:07, so the next session is Understanding Our Connected World. So we have to understand what's behind it. So who is related to whom, where, but this is going to be told to us by our dearest friend. You probably remember this movie. I do hope you watched this movie, like the Komsomolist girl, a pioneer, the best student ever. Do you remember this movie from Kavkazskaya Plenitsa? Well, so this person is the best student in his class. He is a good chap. He probably didn't manage to be a Komsomol member, or he didn't even become a pioneer. Nevertheless, Misha, Global Stakeholder Engager Senior Manager, Icon Corporation. So, Misha is going to be our moderator, and then he will introduce everyone else. They are also great people. They are not as bold as someone, but I would say that the other persons are also great speakers. It doesn't matter whether they are ours or not ours, I mean, not from our country, but they are all great, nevertheless. Thank you so much, Vahan. Now I would like to ask the speakers of the first session to come to the stage. I actually
Буду рассказывать, конечно, не я, а наши коллеги.
I am going to give the floor to our colleagues from RIPE NCC because they are more competent in the matter to be discussed, but I will be moderating the session. So today's session's topic is Understand Our Connected World, and I cannot stay silent. I will refer to myself. Yesterday we were speaking about some not so evident dependencies when it comes to internet infrastructure, and when we speak about connectivity, we understand cables, we understand the existence of some channels between autonomous systems, between different points, but in this case we have much more other elements that are influencing everything. Next, And we also have a joint indicator that refers to the quality of the internet. It's quite a vague indicator, but nevertheless it shows our connectivity because this influences various characteristics. The first report planned for today is dedicated to routing, to the security of the routing, and RIPE NCC, together with the entire community, is undertaking steps to provide security.
Whichever you feel comfortable, you can do it from your stage or from tribune. Yeah, please. Sure.
Okay. Can you guys hear me? No? Unmuted. Yeah, okay. Perfect. Thank you for the introduction. My name is Kasim Loan. I'm one of the researchers at RIPE NCC. And today I want to talk about global routing security and where we are now. Okay. So when we talk about routing security, we need the question like, why do we actually care? And why do we need routing security? Well, to think about it, let's talk about internet. In a very, very simplistic term, internet is a vast web of handshake agreements, right? Any LIR, whether it's Google, a Moldovan ISP, or somebody sitting in their basement, if they have a peer link and a valid delegated address, they can start up a BGP session, and they can start announcing in the routing table that if you have traffic for this prefix, you can reach to me. It's all based on trust. So what that means is the resilience kind of relies on every participant telling the truth all the time. But we know that this doesn't happen. So to illustrate that, let's go back a year from now, more precisely June 27, 2024. We all know Cloudflare and 111, probably one of the most queried IP address, the global DNS, Open Resolver. And Cloudflare announces that address with AS13335 with the prefix length of /24 in the global routing table. So what happened was a Brazilian AS, probably due to a misconfiguration, started announcing more specific of that address, so a /32 in the global routing table. And the upstream of that AS accepted that route, propagated it, and because the router prefers longest prefix match, in some cases, this route was preferred. And the result was that Cloudflare had a global outage. It was seen in various countries. Their service was degraded. But again, Cloudflare is a big provider. They were able to quickly figure out that what's happening. They were able to reach out to the relevant ASs, and then this announcement was dropped. But this single incident tells us the margin of error we have in terms of global reachability and complete silence. So how could we have prevented this? Well, if there was a way to cryptographically verify which AS is authorized to announce which prefix, and then if we can validate that, well, that's the solution that RPKI presents. It prevents such incidents by cryptographically verifying the legitimacy of routes announcements. And it helps with mitigation of both accidental and malicious BGP announcements. And how does it work? Basically, it tries to answer a very simple question. Is the originating ASN authorized to originate that particular prefix? It does it with two parts. The first one is ROA, where LIRs actually go and define that which ASN is authorized to announce the specific prefix. And then it has a very important second part, which is ROV. So if nobody is actually validating these ROAs, then yeah, it's a moot point. It doesn't matter, right? So that's the second part, that routers actually needs to go and validate these routes based on their valid ROAs. And they need to ensure that only legitimate traffics are accepted and propagated in the global routing table. To look into our region and to look globally, we see these kind of incidents are happening all the time. So this is based on Cloudflare radar data. And not all of them are malicious. Some of them are very short-lived. Sometimes it's just sibling ASNs due to misconfigurations announcing each other IP space. But as I said, in the case of Cloudflare, it's just a single incident. And if it's been accepted by upstreams or tier ones, then it causes a global outage. So now let's look at ROA and ROA adoption in our region and overall. So when we look at RIPE NCC region, actually we are doing really well. Thanks to a community like you who have actually gone in and started signing their ROAs. RIPE NCC for IPv4 is around 70% or even more than 70%. And it's a steady growth. So we are reaching there, not there yet, but a lot of LIRs have actually signed ROAs for their prefix space. The other regions are also catching up. And yeah, we see that actually now more and more of LIRs are actually going and signing their prefixes. And it's also that these coverages have improved because of various RIPE NCC engagements. We offer courses. We also do a lot of engagements. So these are two interesting examples from the RIPE NCC engagements from Middle East. In February 2023, a training in Dubai happened. And then as a result, we see from around 25%, it peaked to 90% or something for UAE. And similar for Saudi Arabia, we had the RPKI webinar. So these examples just shows how much of also RIPE NCC are putting effort in making sure that the standards and good practices are adopted across the region. So looking our region, Moldova is doing really great. So just 4% remaining. I hope after the presentation we can get that 4% signed as well. It's also possible that 4% is not routed, then you can do it with AS0. But for V6, it's a different ballgame because there are a lot more entities that are involved that gets V6 allocations, but they actually are not doing anything with V6 addresses yet. So we are catching up, but it's slow. But V4 for Moldova, we're doing really well. And here, what's interesting is Ukraine. So Ukraine is not that far, but relatively, it has less address space covered with ROA. And one of the reasons is because when we look at Ukraine, the address space is not concentrated with few providers. So in the other cases, it's usually a few autonomous systems that announcing majority of V4 space or have allocations. But with Ukraine, the market is not concentrated at all. So there are a lot more entities that have V4 space. And that's one of the reasons that Ukraine is still lacking in that term, which is also nice that the market is not concentrated for Ukraine. And what I mean with concentration is if you look at Moldova, in March 2018, when Mold Telecom actually covered their address space, you can see the percentage went from 10 to 51%. So as I was saying that fewer operators basically hold majority of the space, and when they start signing up, overall percentage for a country starts to go up. So next, what we tried to look into was government domains. So not all prefix are critical or as important, right? If I'm if I have a prefix and I'm running my personal blog, probably nobody reads it. So it's not as important as government services. So to do that, what we did was we tried to get a sample of government domains based on Wikipedia, like the government departments, and try to find their domains. It's a very non-conclusive set and also not very validated, but it's a first attempt to look into it. And what we did was we resolved their IP addresses, and then we extracted BGP routing data from RIS, and then used RIPE NCC RPKI validator, and assigned for each prefix whether it's valid, invalid, or not found in RPKI. And then we mapped those prefixes with the longest prefix match for the IP addresses that resolve to these government domains. And looked at their status, if it's valid, invalid, or not found. And here, when we look at the results, we see, again, Moldova doing really well. So we could only find 58 domains, I think, for Moldova. As I said, this is a very non-conclusive set, so if you are from government or can help with that, please do let us know. And only 3 domains we found which did not have valid ROAS, and 2 of them were municipalities, and 1 of them is a government university. So what I could say is, for Moldova, all the critical infrastructure is at least covered with valid ROAS. For other countries, it's partial results. But again, this is just a first look at this. And if you can help us with the domain list or help us validating that what the domains that we found are actually valid government domains, it would be really helpful for the research. And also, if you can help actually create ROAS for the ones that have missing ROAS, that would also really help. So in any case, the Moldovan ASs and the Moldovan government is doing really well when it comes to RPKI. So now let's go to the second part, the validation. That's actually checking if the ROAS are, if the announcements are valid. And it's really hard to find which AS is actually doing ROV and which is not. One of the ways that Rovista that we use in our methodology did was try to reach RPKI invalids, and based on the number of invalids from each prefix they could reach, from each AS that they could reach, they classify whether they have implemented ROV or not. It's like the percentage of prefixes. We went with more inclusive approach. So if we have like even a partial ROV score, so then we are saying that they are doing, they have deployed ROV. The other way to look at this is kind of like an 80-20% rule. So what that means is if only 20% of the big transit providers actually do ROV, we solve the 80% of that problem. Why? Because there is this collateral benefit. So if your upstream is even doing ROV, that means if you announce something invalid, it will drop it and not accept it and propagate that. So in essence, we need the major transit operators within a country or globally to actually do that to have like the most impact. It doesn't mean that not others should not be doing it. Everyone in essence should be doing it. Modern routers support it. It's not very difficult to deploy it, but it's more important for transits. So to do that, we basically used another metric called AS hegemony or network centrality. It's again a published paper where it basically defines or finds the common transits based on the AS path. And then the more an AS appears in a path, that means it's more centrally connected and it gives values between 0 and 1. So this is the result that we get then for Moldova. So the bigger the size, that means that it's more, so it provides major transits within the country. And then the colors, basically dark green is the ASs that are registered with an address in Moldova in RIPE NCC database. So I've not done any geolocation. It might be possible that the AS is operating in multiple countries, but it's registered in Moldova. So that's what is the local AS, and then dark orange is the local ASN that's not doing ROV. Then the light green is basically the ones that are foreign, and again, the size determines the major transit, if it's major transit provider or not. Here, when we look at the results, we see, for example, one of the ASNs here that seems to be doing ROV. But here I want to highlight that ROV is a path metric. So what it means is that it's possible that in this case, that the AS or any of the upstream has actually deployed ROV. So, and that's what we see for this AS as well, right? The percentage, the ROV score, basically fluctuates a lot. And that could mean multiple things. Without having a knowledge of that AS, I cannot say for sure what's happening, but it also means that maybe some of the routers actually are doing ROV, or it could also mean that the AS have multiple upstream providers, and sometimes it goes through one provider where ROV is deployed, and sometimes it goes through another provider where there is no ROV. So that's why, that's one of the reasons that it's hard when we look at the results. But what's more important is to look at ASs that have not deployed ROV. What that means is that AS is one of the major transits in the country, and not that AS or any of the upstreams have deployed ROV when we looked at these results. If this particular AS, for instance, deploy ROV, we could see, like, from this map, like, how many ASNs that it provides transit to would be protected in a way. So then we also looked at other countries. Again, we see partial deployment. Some of the ASNs where we see that reachability of invalids are not possible, and some of the major transits we still see that they are lacking ROV. So this is the case for Bulgaria. And then looking at Ukraine, you can also already see the map is crazy for Ukraine. There are like so many of ASNs that are registered. But from the perspective of ROV, we see a partial deployment in Ukraine as well. So you could actually, if you are curious to look at your country, you can use that QR code and look at your own country, your own AS. If you have any concerns or questions about the data, please let us know. The guys who have who are doing the ROV measurements is academics in University of Virginia, and they are very happy to also collect feedback. So if you can reach out to me, I can reach out to them if there are any false positives in the data. So in conclusion, for ROA, for Moldova, we actually see that we are almost there, but ROV is still lacking. So we still need to move the needle when it comes to ROV adoption. And there is a growing recognition of routing security and RPKI. Last year, we saw FCC proposing annual BGP risk management plan for all the ISPs operating in US. And then from Europe, we have Forum Standardatie in Netherlands, which says that for all the government entities, they have to either do routing security, apply, or they have to explain why they are not doing it. So it gives an opportunity for policymakers and operators in this region as well to basically come up with these kind of initiatives to help RPKI deployment. From ROA, we are doing very well, but I think we really need to move the needle for ROV. And I want to also highlight that if there is a knowledge gap, RIPE NCC offers a BGP security e-learning course. It's free for all the members. It gives you also a playground, so you can basically set up routers, do invalids, play around it, see the impact before you actually deploy it. So please, if you want to know more about it, please follow the course. You can do it on your own pace, and you can actually look at different configurations, and you can play around with it. So these are some of the references I use: Rovista from NetSecure Lab, Hegemony from Roman and co-authors that actually developed that metric, Cloudflare data, and RIS. And that's about it. So I'm open for questions and comments. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Kasim. I can see that we have a question in the audience. Can we have a mic? Oh, okay.
I already have it. It's
We have a
yeah,
mic.
already, yes. So I have two questions, actually. One question about these issues with RPKI. You have mentioned that we have dozens of cases in the region, but we have mentioned only Cloudflare case, right? So can we mention some local cases of the issues, or it is not public? Where from do we know about this? I guess this is the Cloudflare data,
Yeah.
but can it be just mentioned what local cases we did have, or regional cases,
So
instead of Cloudflare?
Yeah, so I don't have an example from the region at the moment, but the data is public, and you can basically go to the Cloudflare API, and there you can, it tells which AS was attacker, so it's origin hijacks, and also talks about prefixes. As I said, a lot of those, when I looked at them, are not per se hijack events. It was very short-lived, and sometimes it's just sibling ASs misconfigured to announce each other's space. But I've not particularly looked at any bigger event. And yeah, Cloudflare example is because it kind of gave a global outage. And I wanted to emphasize that if you announce a more important prefix, or the one that's been used for globally, that basically have a higher impact and disruption compared to if it's very localized. But yeah, you can basically download the data from Cloudflare Radar. They also have a methodology explaining how they're doing it. There are other sources as well, so a platform called Grip that's also collecting hijack events. And you can use that one as well if you want to research more about the hijacks and
But
things.
in principle, we can help, for example, Romanian or Moldavian partners to find out what type of and where we had this bad cases, right?
Yeah. So
okay.
the data is there, it's open data, and Grip also publishes data open, so all of that is public data, and you can download the data, and we can help as well if you want to look more in the data itself.
Second question is about the regulation and state or regulatory engagement. So you have mentioned the US and the Dutch one.
Yeah.
Do we have any examples on the EU level,
So
or neighboring countries? I mean, Eastern European countries.
I think NIST had something, but I haven't looked. I see TIS is coming, but as far as I know, NIST has action plan.
NIST has proposed it at the cooperation working group, the recent RIPE meeting. There was a presentation by the EU about a proposal that implies that they want to have routing security in the EU regulation as well. I think it's in an appendix to NIST 2, but I don't understand the EU policy development process that well. That's for different experts.
Hi, this is Ulrich from ICANN. Well, actually, so to NIS2, the ENISA, the cybersecurity part of the EU, has made an implementation guideline. And the implementation guideline says you should implement modern IP protocols, and you should follow best practices for routing and DNS. And modern IP protocols means IPv6, and best practices for routing means PKI, among other things.
Yeah, it's a really good wish that we should use these best protocols, etc. But I have a third question, actually, because when we talk about that we should implement RPKI, ROR, and ROV many governments, and the companies says us how much is the fish. So, well, is it expensive to implement RPKI and how it can be done? So do they need any investment? I have met this question, well, dozens of times, and I guess many of people can also ask it now. So how expensive it is to implement RPKI? Does it mean they need to do any significant investments?
No, I don't think so. So it depends also, like the modern routers all supports RPKI, ROV. And ROA, for at least for the RIPE NCC region, if you use our trust anchors, it's clicks. So it's just going to the portal and putting the prefix, the max prefix length, and you click, 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 and it automatically works. Within like minutes, you can actually sign ROAs. So it's not very complicated. It's super easy unless you want to set up your own trust anchors, and that's like a complete different ballgame. But if you use RIPE NCC ones, it's just minutes, I would say, it takes to set up ROAs. And for ROV, yeah, there is support. And also, like if it's a modern router, it should be supporting it. It's not very difficult in terms of, it's just maybe a gap in learning. And then that's why I highlighted that we have courses that you can do in Playground first, if you're nervous about actually deploying it on your infrastructure, see how it works, and then you can basically go in and implement on your routers.
То есть всего-то надо этот рубильник включить.
We just have to switch on this thing.
Yeah. So, а у кого-то было, чтобы они начали?
Did anyone have the situation that you wanted this ROV to deploy and this switch didn't work? So you maybe failed for some reason and you were given an answer no, and you said, okay, let it be. Did you have such situations? People just tell the truth. Did you have such situations? Or you didn't? Okay, you didn't have situations of that kind. Good. Lots of these situations never occur. Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions from the audience regarding the report that was just presented?
I have a couple of questions, if you allow me. So first of all, do you see the correlation between the level of deployment of ROA and ROV and the number of incidents? Because, you know, might be non-linear dependence, right? Because like 10% of autonomous systems might be responsible for 90% of the incidents.
Yeah.
So do you have any interesting insights in these dynamics?
So this is something that I'm looking into it, but the thing is that these are not per se very frequently happening every day kind of a thing. Mm-hmm. So it's just a matter of one misconfiguration of one fat fingering. Mm-hmm. A lot of these are not malicious. There are examples of when things were malicious and it caused monetary losses, but it's just, as I say, that this is just one fat fingering, and then if the upstreams are basically accepting that, it causes a problem. Mm-hmm. And the thing is, a lot of times it's just, as I said, like looking at Cloudflare data, it's just sibling ASs. So it's not per se harming, or it does not have a very devastating impact, but it could. It has a potential. Mm-hmm. And having ROV is basically your one-stop shop that if you do that mistake, there is a way that it does not propagate. We have examples pre-RPKI era, mm-hmm. when, for example, PTCL, the Pakistan Telecom, announced YouTube IP space, and it had like a global outage for YouTube. And then now, if you look at the events, so like looking at past year and looking at some significant events, so this is one, Cloudflare. Then there was, I think, government of Iraq wanted to ban the service of Telegram, and they did exactly the same. What PTCL did is announce the Telegram IP space and then black hole that. But it was not a global outage again, thanks to ROV deployment or partial ROV deployment, that it didn't go too far. So nowadays we are not hearing about global outages, even though In some cases, it's a lot of, and Cloudflare sees a lot because a lot of people, when they're experimenting, they put 111. So I was reading their blogs and they were saying that we see a lot of these kind of hijacks happening, but because it's just, even with the partial ROV deployment, we don't see global events happening. So that's why I kind of focus more on now ROV part as well, that it's really important because it helps if you do that mistake. It's not malicious, but it's a misconfiguration. It basically helps you to prevent a global outage.
Yeah, thanks so much. And my second question is might be a bit provocative, but just a bit. So yeah, we all understand that all those misconfigurations and mistaken routings might be results of malicious activities or misconfigurations, just mistakes.
Yep.
And this ROA, ROV infrastructure is helpful to mitigate both types. So are there any specific types of attacks or threats in routing which ROA and ROV is not helpful to mitigate?
Yeah, so this helps with origin hijacks. So if something happens within the AS path, then we have ASPA that's still under development and have been development for years, and that is still viable. So our ROA and ROV only protects you if it's an origin hijack. And that's why it's mostly misconfigurations, right? It's not a sophisticated attack somebody is doing it. But yeah, if somebody in the path starts announcing that you can reach through me, that it doesn't protect. So
okay. So basically, you need to have a goodwill behind all that to make sure that everything works properly. Okay, thank you so much. Please give a round of applause to Kasim. Please take a seat. Наш следующий спикер, Алекс Семеняка, он...
Next speaker is Alex Semenyaka, who is going to describe a more detailed picture with a focus on Moldova. And what is the connection situation in our region with the focus on Moldova? Well, yesterday I spoke English mostly. Today, let me speak Russian for a change. Well, Romanian is still on my list of languages to learn, maybe one day. So I will start by telling you about our tool, RIPE Atlas. Most of you know what it is about and how to use it. But it is useful to remind you, in particular, since there surely are people who don't know about this tool yet. So sometimes when you at the first glance, it doesn't really impress you. So that is why I would like to tell you about the tool and then how I use it or used it. So what is RIPE Atlas? At the moment, it is not the only one, but one of the best measure tools. Now, there are other similar tools available, maybe based on another methodology, but Atlas, according to the number of probes, is the largest. And it is important to warn you here that we are talking not about a product that you can take and launch in order to get an answer to a ready question. So there are objectives, there is implementation, and then you achieve these objectives based on the implementation. No, it's not the case. This is a technology that lets you formulate tasks, understand how you can decompose these tasks, how these tasks look at the level of specific measurements, and then you can implement them in the RIPE Atlas system or any other system. There can be different approaches, including your own measurements. So once again, it's not a product, it's a technology that lets you carry out the measurements at any point on the RIPE Atlas. And this is how it happens. The scale of the picture is different, while the Atlas anchor box is a bit outdated, but the idea is that on the second picture we have something that you install, something you call pizza box, and the first pictures of this box. It's just that the picture is much bigger than this thing. You see, it's a small black box, and it's even flatter than on the picture. And they can also be in software format. You can install a virtual probe or virtual anchor and have the same, make use of the same functionalities. So this is how they are distributed around the world. So where there are people, there are probes as well. And the density differs. For instance, in Africa, it is lower, unfortunately. It's the matter of working with the community. We are working on increasing the density of probes in Africa, but it's not the easiest tasks. Anyway, there is no uniform coverage of the world. And here anchors are fewer. Anchor is hardware that we issue in a targeted manner. We understand, because if something happens with the probe, the robot is going to send you a message, something has happened. But if something, and you can just ignore it, overlook it, but if something happens with the anchor, then obviously you get connected, because anchors also have some infrastructural tasks. So this hardware is has more functionalities, it also has more bonuses, but the responsibility also grows. So anchors are fewer in number, but you actually need fewer anchors than probes. So by coincidence, quite a fun coincidence, anchors will be used, an anchor will be used in the next presentation, which is going to be delivered remotely, and he's going to tell you about the cables on the bottom of the Baltic Sea, and that analysis was performed by using our anchors. So you saw the number of points. So our task is to prevent turning this network into a bottleneck, and that is why we have quite a few red flags installed. And this box that I've showed you can also perform some measurements based on specific types, starting with a simple ping that you can do with your computer, but also with the help of this system. You can do it from any of the green points you saw on the map. For instance, if you have one from Argentina to Australia, ping from your computer, you would have to go to Argentina. But with this system, you can just identify a probe in Argentina and measure it from there, remotely. Trace routes can be of any type. They can be based on IDP protocol or CMP protocol. There are also additional things that you can do, and actually in RIPE Atlas any protocol is applicable, and that is our universal approach. Because if we support limited frequencies, at least the maximum number of those, so the most number have to be mostly variable. Obviously, we can make a DNS request, and obviously you get not only time measurements but all the results. Just like with SMP trace route, you can also make a limited request to the anchor's address, and that is a difference of the anchors. The HTTP, they can take HTTP requests as well. Also, you can request a TLS certificate, and that is a security measure, so you can control that in those cases where RIPE Atlas probes are located. There is no substitution of your certificate, and thus you can control the time synchronization protocol. And you can interact with that system in different ways via web interface. There are also command line tools. Recently, the command line was developed for Windows as well. There is an alternative package of our former employee. He left for another organization, but anyway, he supports the alternative command line interface. And also there is a program interface that I also used for the study. I'm going to tell you a bit later about. So they simplify your life if you want to integrate Atlas or perform some large-scale analysis. So command line would be, the use of command line would be rather time consuming if you have a larger scope. So, and there is a fully open API that is described in detail on our website with the standard specifications like the REST approach. So everything that any programmer knows about. Where you can collect the results, there are also options if you do it via web interface. Regardless of how you create the measurements, the results can be viewed on the website. If you automate something or are going to explore the raw data manually, there is also API. So you can get the results via API as well. There is also storage of raw measurements. So all the measurements that take place, they are available on our website. These are public files, but they are rather large because obviously there is a huge number of measurements in the system. But anyway, those can be analyzed without even registering in the system or participating in the process. And for those who are very familiar with the BigQuery language or SQL, we upload results on the Google Cloud platform, and you can just make a request, a SQL-like request, and have a look what is happening there. Play around with it. For those people who know how to use the tool, that is very simple. There are also some ready-to-use products available in Atlas. So these are small but products. There are internet maps And you can have a look what RTT, for instance, is for DNS requests, depending on the territory. Well, in Moldova, let's say. But I will also tell you about Moldova a little bit later. So this is how the system looks like. And obviously, since this system is rather widespread around the world, you can use it in order to explore connectivity in different territories. And I am doing it because obviously we have a lot of points that could be used as sources of information or sources of requests, as well as these points of destination of measurements. And we can conduct measurements from one probe to another, because for every probe you have coordinates registered. Obviously, it is approximate plus minus, but that is enough to have a geolocation of that point. So all those points, if we carry out measurements between them, we have geographical coordinates of the source and also the geographical coordinate of the point of destination. And we can connect geography to our internet pictures. For instance, we can create mutual trace routes and have a look how the traffic is moving between the points. I did it for the Central Asia, based on this methodology in particular, because we receive a large number of trace routes, then we take them and we conduct geopositioning of each intermediate route. So it's a huge effort, but then we get the picture of the countries the package goes through, transits when moving from one point to another. And then we get the picture of the region. We see the connectivity in the region and the country routes. Speaking, at the level of region, you might get rather interesting results that turn out to be rather unexpected, even for the regional operators, because they obviously have they see only one part of the picture, not the entire picture. In most cases, these are examples of how the traffic travels somehow, and those country routes that I have seen with my own eyes. So indeed it was proved that a part of the packages goes via this route. For instance, within the Central Asia, from Kazakhstan to Kyrgyzstan, the traffic goes to Hong Kong, and then to Germany, and then to the UK, and then to Tajikistan. Very logical, isn't it? Or, for instance, from Uzbekistan to Sweden, and then from Sweden to Hong Kong, 6,000 kilometers, and then from Hong Kong to China and back to Kazakhstan. You see, with the connectivity in the region. Well, obviously not all the routes are pathological. There are many direct routes as well. But anyway, you can discover these kind of parts as well. And for the regional operators, this might be interesting, and also for the governmental bodies that are thinking how to improve the situation. Because such cases draw their attention. Obviously, they wouldn't like their traffic to be traveling via Hong Kong. So they awareness is being raised by that. So this implies a huge manual effort. Because you need to geoposition all these routes. Because if you take these devices, that's easy because the smartphone has Wi-Fi and then GPS, and then sooner or later the correlation gets to a database, and you can. On average, it's quite a simple task to geoposition devices. There might be some pathological cases, but on average it is okay. While the geopositioning of a router is more complicated tasks. I'm not going to go into details, but a lot of manual effort is involved, and it is difficult to expect that someone is going to sit there and geoposition hundreds or thousands of routes. That's unrealistic. Let's have a look at the case of Moldova. We have probes. In Moldova, at the moment of the study, there were 27. Now there are 25. For some reason, 2 stopped working, which is upsetting. So, few. Let's be frank. So there is room for growth. But anyway, we start with these 25 probes and we look at the probes around. In Romania, we have 96. In Ukraine, almost 200. There used to be more, but obviously now fewer for well-known reasons. But so anyway, this means that we have to analyze about 15,000 rounds, hundreds of thousands of routing. So it's difficult, it's rather difficult. It requires substantial effort. So I decided to use another methodology, and now I am going to give a maths lesson to you. So what this slide is about, pink that we're doing, it consists of 3 things. So delay at the point of equipment, at the point of signal, and at the point of queue. So you have to wait until the entire package goes through. So if we perform regular measurements, then sooner or later we will identify that moment when the queue is empty. And in 2025, this is not a traditional story. Usually there is no queue on the interface. In 99, back in the 99, that used to be a problem. But now, if we just take many pings, RTTs, then the minimum of these values is equal to 0. And again, in the modern world, the delay at the point of equipment is 2 times lower than at the transmission. So the major concern here is that the delay is directly proportional to the length of the cable the package goes through. Minimum delay. When you perform a series of measurements and you take the minimum of the value. So that minimum value is proportional to the length of that cable. So now from maths we go to physics, and the second formula is also very simple. For every 100 kilometers of cable you get 1 millisecond in RTT. So a very simple rule. So this means don't look at the screen but listen to me. 100 of kilometers, 1 millisecond. And making use of this knowledge, we can calculate the coefficient. How the real RTT differs from the one that would be there if the cable would be laid in a straight line. So why coefficient S in this case for me? Can you give a suggestion? Why S? Well, honestly, I have no idea. Because it was 6 years ago when I adopted this name, but I cannot remember now. So maybe that is because it's not a direct line. Maybe that was my thinking back then, but I don't remember honestly. Anyway, I looked at the RTT measures within Moldova, between Ukraine and Moldova, and between Romania and Moldova. I excluded the probes in the difficult territories. So I took those probes in Romania and Ukraine that go along the border more or less, and I just measured that S coefficient. So this is what I got. Well, within Moldova, it turned out to be useless because distances are too small, and actually, almost everything is concentrated in Chisinau, so it doesn't make any sense. So within the country, RTT is of more interest to us. So this is the round trip time that we have between the probes in Chisinau, and everything is good apart from 2 probes. But still, we see that even on a rather small market with few operators, we still have a pathological route. One operator, for some reason, sends that traffic to Romania, and then from Romania, the traffic goes to Germany. That's clear. Why not? And then back to Romania from Telecom, and then to the point of destination in Moldova. So this picture is rather illustrative. And this you can get in an automated regime. So it doesn't require any manual effort. You need to do it just once in order to create this system. And then you'll see this dashboard that shows you whether everything is good or not really within a country. I didn't go too deep for a reason, just to simplify the action, because this action can be incorporated built in any dashboard in your organization. For instance, the analytical center can use it, etc. But on average, we can say that in Moldova everything is rather all right. In terms of the tasks that we have, within 15 milliseconds, it's absolutely sufficient for the applications that we have on the internet. Although, if you get 15 milliseconds, that's for sure traffic has been out of the country, because you cannot, it's not possible for the traffic to have such a long trip within Moldova, which is very small. When we look at the connection with Ukraine, the connectivity between Moldova and Ukraine, here the picture is more interesting. This color scheme is rather right, but then this S factor that indicates the real, what is the real difference between the virtual and the real cable length, and packages between the neighboring countries, their trip is 10 times longer than it's worth it. It doesn't goes beyond, or it's not. But it indicates that these routes are not optimal. And the second conclusion, if something is of a color, then you see these columns colored in one color and not rows. This means that the routing is decided upon by the other side. If the Moldovan operators would pay more attention, we would have rows of the same color. But we have almost none. Which means that the attention on the part of the operators of one country is much lower than of those in the other country. I didn't want to dig too deep, because these things can be done very simply. And in an automated regime, because I, try to do it in a universal manner, just to showcase. But if it's a tailored or targeted approach that you're doing for yourself, then it's very easy. When we look at the connectivity between Moldova and Romania, this situation is much worse. The value of S factor is 300 or 400 times higher than it should be. And in this case, I just took two pairs between which this S factor is over 300. I cannot... it's not very readable, but anyway, the distance traveled by this package is 300 times longer than the optimal distance. So I wanted to see why. So these are the two probes, their numbers. Their distance, the distance between them is 16 kilometers, and there is a border on both sides. Romania and Moldova, so between them, between the 2 points, 16 kilometers. I looked at the trace route with the Rai Atlas system, specifically for this point, not the entire mass, but specifically this case. So this is what I saw. This is the route, which was easy to geoposition. Why? Because it was the cogent operator route. This is how it looks like. The package goes out from Romania and has to end up in Moldova. Where does it go? To London, obviously. Where else? How else can it get to Moldova from Romania? Then from London to Amsterdam, from Amsterdam to Hamburg, from Hamburg to Prague, from Prague to Bratislava, on its way to Budapest, and then Bucharest. And then from Bucharest, it has to go to Moldova. So it has been to London already, so let's go to Ukraine this time. So it reaches Odessa and then back to Chisinau, and finally from Chisinau it reaches that point on the other side of the Moldovan-Romanian border, 16 kilometers, at the distance of 16 kilometers from the first point. Why? There are two reasons. Because Cogent is a Taiwan operator, and it's a typical story that you can see everywhere in all the regions, in all the countries. Global operators do not have this task of localizing traffic. They have a reverse task to optimize channel load. And if a package goes to another country, can be sent via underloaded channels throughout the entire world, it will go there. So in this case, it was optimal to send it through Europe, through entire Europe. And this is related to the optimization of our global operators' work that has global infrastructure. So they do not have this task of localizing traffic. So if we are dealing with global operators, then we have to be ready for such phenomenon. And such phenomenon can happen within a country as well. You saw the RTT for Moldova, where indicators on average, so they're not pathological, but they will become if two Moldovan operators will become downlinks of one global operator. And this might happen. And the global operator then will send this traffic through the entire world. And that's normal for them, but not for Moldova. You see the difference? And this is an important thing to understand. And another consequence is that the visibility of Cogent from Moldova, so the Moldovan operator sees Cogent through Odessa. Although for many routes, it would be more logical to see it through Romania, and that would improve the quality of the provided services. So the problem number 2 is that the cogent visibility on the side of Moldova is not optimal. So, to summarize, there is room for optimization. Moldova doesn't pay too much attention to the issues of traffic optimization and consistent routing policies. This is a fact. And there is RIPE Atlas that you can use to get automated results and also to analyze those color alerts. So you can really highlight the problems in the system, and you can use this tool, which is designed for this mere purpose. And it's not difficult, it's a very simple task. And everything that I have done, you can do it for yourself. And again, it will be easy for you because I was, using a more universal framework to be able to use it for something else as well. But you will be doing it for yourself only. So this is all from my side. Yesterday at dinner, they promised me that there will be questions. There would be questions because yesterday there weren't. There were hardly any questions. So I hope that there will be questions because we are here including to hear feedback from you. Thank you very much. A very insightful presentation. Do you have any questions, comments, additions? Because not only questions are welcomed, actually. Maybe you can share your personal experience of measurements or some interesting routing pictures that you have seen. Please introduce yourself. I'm Kirill. I have a question. You are saying that Tier 1 providers will always prefer to load their channels more than the distance. So they will focus on that more than on the distance. So they will never prefer geographical geolocation, right? Well, it depends on your agreement. So if you sign an agreement and there will be an obligation, I think it will be difficult with Cogent because they do not like any non-standardized provisions in their contracts. But if the provider's policy allows for it, and if you pay attention to that, then that can be different. But if you do not think about it the moment you sign the agreement, then why would they do that? Okay, by default then. Now let's imagine that we have two connections to Cogent, one via Odessa and the other via Romania. Let's suppose that the channel via Romania is fuller, is more loaded. What about the trip or the traffic trip? Well, it depends. If it reaches the threshold after which the traffic management and the alternative route activates, then, well, let me paraphrase it. So if it's your channel that is full, that is your problem. But we're talking about the internal channels of operator, or when both points are within Cogent. So when traffic reaches the global operators' channels, they already manage the traffic route. And obviously they will send the traffic via those routes that are more efficient for them. And geographical localization is not a factor to consider. Why? Because people are saving money. They are trying to do their business in a mostly efficient way. If it's your channel, then it's your problem, basically. If the channel in Romania is full, then what would you do? You would enlarge it, obviously. If channel is not enough, you need to enlarge it. Now, the second part of the question. If you have options, it's all right to have options. It's it's not normal to have just 2 connectivity points in the country. So, but if there are only 2, then obviously you would need to have 2 exits to use both and optimize the channels to make sure there is no overload as well. Then, for instance, if the Romanian channel is full, you send your traffic via Odessa, and then for some reason the Romanian point stops functioning. What will happen with your Odessa route? What will happen to the quality? What I'm saying is food for thought. It means that there is something we have to think about how to improve it. It doesn't mean that everything is bad and nothing is working. Everything is working. Everything is all right. But there are certain risks, there are certain things that could be optimized, and the modernization plan has to include this and that because for these reasons, but that is also your internal kitchen, how to do it. But anyway, if the traffic reaches a global operator, they will do the same thing. They will be thinking about their own efficiency. They will not be thinking of how to make your life easier, or, they obviously will make sure they comply with the contractual provisions, and they will look into how to make sure that they comply, but not anything else, because obviously they are interested in providing the services in the cheapest way possible, because whatever they save, they earn. Thank you very much. We're a bit behind the schedule, so let's leave the remaining questions and discussions for the break. Thank you very much, Alex. I made pings, and these are stickers on this topic from Ripe Atlas. Take those stickers just to remember that there is something like that there is such a tool that you can use, including in an automated regime. Thank you very much. The last presentation in this session, although we are very behind the schedule, this presentation will be delivered remotely. And this is Emil Laben from Ripe NCC.
Emil, can you hear? You're muted. You're on mute. Can you please unmute yourself?
Yes, finally. Thank you. This was okay.
Great.
This is a weird thing with Zoom.
Yes, absolutely. We
But
can
you can
hear
hear
you.
me?
We can hear you, and we can see you perfectly.
Okay,
We can see your
perfect.
slides there on the screen. So
Okay.
please, the stage is yours.
Yes, thank you. Hi, yes, my name is Emil. I work for the RIPE NCC, and greetings from a bit cloudy Amsterdam. And this is a talk about how the internet routed around cable damage in the Baltic Sea. So this is a use case of using RIPE Atlas. First of all, a little plug for our platform, RIPE Labs. This is where we share a lot of the analysis that we do and that others do using our data and tools. This presentation is going to be, there's two presentations in, or two articles in RIPE Labs, if you want to know more about this topic. You can read it there. So the subject matter I'm going to talk about is the events that happened in the Baltic Sea in November, December, and January. And this is a timeline of events that we analyzed using RIPE Atlas. These are basically 3 cables that we looked into in detail and what types of things we can see with RIPE Atlas. And yeah, what they share is they cross the Baltic. They go through different countries, and one cable actually got damaged twice. So it's the Sea Lion cable that where that happened. And what you can see from this timeline is it takes a couple of it takes 2 weeks, something in the order in that order, for cables to get repaired. There was a lot of media coverage, at least in my information bubble. I saw a lot of speculation about was this sabotage? Was this intentional? That's like one type of information I heard. What I heard from the cable industry, from the submarine cable industry, was that this happens all the time. And just in these times of rising geopolitical tension, this is just something that we notice a bit more. What my presentation is not going to be about is if this was sabotage or not, or all these things. What I would like to focus on is what we can see with neutral data, with data that a neutral platform like RIPE Atlas collects. And this goes beyond, with the data, we cannot answer any questions of intentionality. So here's a beautiful visualization of how a ship actually hit some infrastructure. This is from The Guardian, and it also just shows how a single ship can damage multiple infrastructures. How we measure this, like Alex was telling you in the previous presentation, we have this RIPE Atlas platform, and Alex showed you the devices that we have there. And what I would like to focus on in this presentation is a feature that we have, which is called the RIPE Atlas Anchor Mesh. So you can imagine we have these RIPE Atlas anchors. So I think Alex called them pizza boxes. 1U servers. We have over 800 deployed worldwide. And they do all the measurements that RIPE Atlas does. And a special thing that they do is they collect data in a mesh. So each one of these points collects pings, trace routes to each other one of these points in IPv4 and IPv6. So we have a lot of path over the internet. So each source destination is a path. And we can actually, because the data we collect is periodic pings, periodic trace routes, we have time series between them. So you don't have to start up new measurements on RIPE Atlas. If you host an anchor, you already have this data towards your anchor and from your anchor towards the other anchors. And this lets us observe the internet in great detail. So if we zoom into the first 2 days of where Baltic Sea cables got damaged last year, 17 and 18 November, there's 2 cables involved in this. the BCS east-west between Sweden and Lithuania, and the Sea Lion cable connecting Germany to Finland. And as you can see in the picture here, there's the cables in their respective colors, and the orange dots here are the Ripe Atlas anchors. So as you can see, Germany has quite a nice deployed base of anchors, which and Finland and Sweden have a decent, and Lithuania was a bit on the low side. If you don't have enough vantage points, then each single vantage points influence on your measurements. So local effects and all kinds of things could are too large a portion of the total view. So in these cases, the data becomes rather anecdotal. But for especially Germany, Finland, you can see that if we just look at sources in Germany and destinations in Finland, we have quite a lot of path. So that's 12 times 100 times 2 address families, and we have it 2 sites. So that's quite a decent amount of data that we can look at. And this is the visualization we created for this specific event. What we do is on the y-axis, you see each of the source destination pairs between 2 countries, and on the x-axis, you just see time. And as you can, and what we do for each source destination pair, we do what I call baselining. So we subtract the baseline RTT, so the minimum RTT that we see. So if everything is stable, you'll just see white here, and then if you if the RTT increases, you will see in this central square, you see the orange color pop up. So we saw for like at the top, I don't know if you see my mouse pointer, but here at the top of the big square in the middle, you can clearly see around 8 o'clock that there was a latency increase. So these are the paths that were affected by the cable outage. And in this case, this is the first event was Sweden to Lithuania. And the latency increase is in the order of 10 to 20 milliseconds. So there were alternative paths available. And the other thing to note is that in black here, in this top graph, you see packet loss. And there was no noticeable level shift in packet loss, which indicates that the alternative path were able to absorb the traffic loads. So here, this is the top graph in detail. Yeah, so we as you can see, the baseline here was roughly around 0% packet loss, and the packet loss and latency effects, there's no clear correlation between them. So for the Sea Lion event, we use the same methodology, and a similar picture emerges. Around 2 o'clock, 18 November, independent sources say that this cable was outage around that time. And as you can see in this heat map, that was when a substantial fraction of our path also had a latency effect. And as you can also see, there's the baseline packet loss was a bit more noisy, but as you can see, there's no significant level shift associated with the increased latency here. We also looked at what a cable repair looks like. We had a log from the repair ship that said at 17:30 on UTC 28 November, the cable was repaired, and as you can see, there's in the middle there's some latency effects, but there a couple of hours later there's a spike. We don't know if this is correlated, but what I think is more interesting here is that you if you look closely, you can see sort of like a stair of latency decreases, which shows that different sets of path went back to the low latency path again. Summing it up, relatively minor but visible shift in latency for 20 to 30% of path between the anchors, but we did not see a clear concurrent increase in packet loss. So our conclusion from this, in as far as we can see with the RIPE Atlas, the internet routed around the damage. It did what it was supposed to do, and there was enough capacity available to do this in this specific region. So we use the same technique for other events. So this is for the Spain and Portugal power outage that happened in April. In this case, we use a gigantic mesh between all of the RIPE Atlas anchors in Portugal and Spain. And as the line here is when the power went out in these two countries. And as you can see, for a couple of hours, we see no latency effects, and then we start seeing latency effects a few hours later, and then a little bit later, even we see lots of missing data, which indicates that our infrastructure went down. So for these types of events, it's harder to analyze them with RIPE Atlas anchors because our infrastructure is also affected by the phenomenon that we look at. What we also did was go into a deep dive for the first outages. And what we actually wanted to know is where did the packets shift to? And for this, we did not use RIPE Atlas pings, but we used RIPE Atlas trace routes. And in the trace routes, we have IP addresses, and we can see if IP addresses before and after events are the same sets, and we can draw some conclusions on that. Details are on the RIPE Labs article, so if you're interested in that, I invite you to actually look at it there. What we divided up the rerouting or types of rerouting into three distinct classes. The first one is your traditional BGP-based rerouting. So that is when before and after an event, we see sets of IPs and they belong to different autonomous systems. And what you can infer from that, if you see like a latency shift, you can infer from that the alternative path went through another AS path. So this was BGP in action. Another set is where we see the same set of ASs before and after, the same set of autonomous systems before and after, but we see a different set of IP addresses. And from this, we infer that what happened was intra-domain rerouting happening. And the most elusive one is circuit-level rerouting. That is when before and after an event, you see the same sets of IP addresses, but you still see a latency shift happening. And for instance, if you buy a protected circuit and it goes to a backup path between two routers, that is where you could see these types of effects. Long story short, researchers love EDFs, ECDFs, sorry. So what we see in our data is we saw all these three effects that I talked about in our data. And what we conclude from that, I'll get to that later. I first want to show you an example of what we saw in the Baltic Sea, where there was enough capacity. That's not always the case. And we look back into our data on 14th of March, we knew about this event happening. A submarine landslide resulted in damage across multiple cables off the coast of Africa. And since we have enough RIPE Atlas anchors in South Africa and in Great Britain, which is the length, a typical path that will traverse these cables. We can actually look at what that looks like with our RIPE Atlas anchor mesh infrastructure. And as you can see, this looks like, well, it looks rather messy, I would say. And still, you can see when this event happened, we still see the latency increases. But what's most important about this is at the top, you see the packet loss. And if you look at the scale, it went up to 40 to 50% packet loss after the event. Well, before the event, it was very low. So here, when the event happened, we actually see a shift in a level shift, a regime shift in how much loss we see, and which indicates that the alternative path were at capacity. So from this, what I can conclude is that in the Baltic Sea, the internet routed around damage, and that resilience depends on multiple levels of redundancy. That is the redundancy between networks, so it's BGP, and the redundancy within networks, and that is either circuit level redundancy or your internal routing protocols. But it's not guaranteed. And this is why I think we have to keep monitoring, measuring, and understanding. And this is why we would like to have RIPE Atlas anchors deployed worldwide. So this is our current global deployment. I've also included a thing about, so we're currently thinking of a minimum of 5 for a country, and then if we can, in 3 different networks, in 3 different locations, to actually get meaningful data like we saw for the Baltic Sea events. And so this is what it looks like for the region, at least. I'm hoping that new anchors will pop up, and I hope this presentation helps convince people that this is good for measuring your resiliency. With that, I'd like to take it to questions or comments, or if there are none of these, to coffee.
Thank you so much, Emil. Really great presentation and lots of insight about what resiliency is actually, right? Because we are talking about the stability, about the resiliency on a multiple level, keeping in mind that the internet is formed in a very sophisticated way by layers, and the very first layer is a physical. It's actually cables, which responsible for up to 99% of the traffic. Thank you so much for that, and let's see if we have any questions. Я думаю, что у нас есть.
I think that we have time for 1-2 questions left, and then we'll finalize and go for a break. Is anyone willing to ask questions, or maybe you would like to share your own comments regarding to what you've observed? Maybe you somehow suffered from this incident. It would be nice to listen to you. I guess there are no questions.
That is all. And if there will be any questions, I think we will, pass it to you by any other channel. Спасибо вам большое. Thanks. Спасибо вам большое.
Thank you so much. We are finalizing this session, and now we will have a coffee break. And please be back at.
So let's not wait until the end of the track and move directly to the next session on our agenda, the last session with presentations, because after that we're going to have a panel discussion that will be moderated by Vahanov Sipan, who is outside but can hear us, he says. So now we're going to have a session which is called Navigating in the Internet. We will have 3 presentations. The first one will be from my colleague Tis, and it will be dedicated to the system that we have promised to tell you about, RISE system. So I'll give the floor to Thies.
Thank you. I think I just unmuted it, and I'm very happy to be here. Is audio working? And I'm very happy to be here to talk about RISE because it's a project that we don't usually talk about. It's good? Yeah. Okay, now I hear myself. That's always a nice feeling. And RISE is a project that has been around for a very long time, and we don't usually talk about it. I don't really know why, but I like it, maybe because I'm working on RISE and on RIPESTAT as a software engineer, as a product owner, but today I'll tell you a little bit about it and tell you about something that you probably are using without realizing that it exists, or that you are using it. So RISE is a route collector project. So RISE is a route collector project, Route Use is a route collector project, and these are, it's one of the 2 route collector projects that has been running for a very long time, and it has been keeping BGP data since 1999. And it's a project where the RIPE NCC runs the infrastructure, runs the collectors, stores the data, but it's a collaboration with the community where the BGP feeds that you guys provide and the information about what is relevant makes it possible for us to do this. We have route collectors worldwide, and I'll explain a little bit more about those later. And we store the BGP updates that we get via the BGP sessions that these route collectors have. And we also periodically, every 8 hours, store the full routing table that we get from all the peers. Underwater, it's kind of a piece of internet plumbing. RISE is used by many tools and researchers, so we use this internally. It's used for a lot of the things that are in RIPESTAT, the tool that my colleague Adonis demonstrated yesterday. It's used for RISWIS, our IP to origin and prefix service, RIS Live, and many other things. And there's also a lot of research, academic presentations, open source tools, and also some commercial tools that rely on this data to get their view on the internet. And now I'll try to explain how this is structured without making it too complicated, and then show a little bit about what we actually get with it and how that's used in practice by us and by others. So actually it may sound very complicated, but if you think about, you may do BGP route collection yourself. It's a routing daemon, BGP sessions, and you store the data. And a large-scale route collecting project like RIS with 24 active collectors, I think, is actually kind of the same built the same way, with a few slight tweaks. So the collectors are just virtual machines or physical machines that run a routing daemon, extra BGP in our case, because extra BGP is, because in RISC we also want to see things going wrong on the internet, like the attribute 40 issue recently, or Juniper issue 1 or 2 years ago. So we want something that's more of a bent pipe for BGP, where it accepts all the messages and stores it so we can do the analysis later, instead of that's rejected there. It receives those messages, we put it in a message queue, and then there's a bit of custom data processing and data plumbing that we are doing. And over our, I'll get more detailed numbers later, over our collectors, we have quite a few full BGP tables. So with the data from 2 days ago, we have 350 million IPv4 routes, 78 million IPv6 routes, and then there's a lot of change in BGP as well. So on average, there are 16,000 updates, BGP update messages every second on the 17th. But BGP is kind of peaky, as you may know, when peers appear and disappear. So the most busy minute, not the most busy second, had 46,000 messages a second on average. So this adds up to, I think, 1.5 billion BGP updates a day that we store in our files. I mentioned the collectors before. These are the, in this diagram, these are the route collectors that are all around the world. We prefer them to have them at internet exchange points because that's where very interesting interconnection at the edge of the internet happens. We also have a few route collectors where we set up BGP multi-hop sessions, which is a fancy term for BGP session over the internet. So there's no next hop for traffic, but you do send a routing table somewhere. So that's the collectors. XBGP gathers the messages. We buffer them locally to not lose data if something is broken, because as you know, the internet is quite reliable, but when things go wrong, we want to still capture it. So we design for that. We put the data in a message queue, and then we have a lot of internal consumers that take the data from Kafka and make it into, turn it from data into information. Like one of the processes is the one writing these updates. There's a process that writes the RIPs that we call bviews to files that are then available for download. We have something tracking the live state in a database for the looking glass that's used by Ripstat that was demoed yesterday. And there's actually a surprising number of Ripstat processes I discovered when I started working on this. And there's a few live services, and we're still experimenting how we can make this available to the public the best way. But one that's been running for a very long time is RIS Live, which I will show at the end as well. And when you have something that has been running for a very long time, you get lucky because you have one trivial diagram to make. You can make the diagram of how things happen over time and what happened there. So this is the number of active BGP sessions, so BGP sessions for which we had at least one route from them over time. And here you see that our infrastructure is growing because there's more colors. You see that the total number of sessions is growing, and I'll come back to the downside very soon. And you also see some historic developments. For example, this little green blob here was our collector at an IXP named May West, which I think I only know from historical references, like one of the very early IXPs that no longer exist, but definitely a place where we captured some development in the internet at some point in time. Then another straightforward one is just the growth of the number of prefixes, where both IPv4 and IPv6 get more routes. So you probably see IPv4 deaggregation here mostly, and you see that we're very close to having 1 million routes. I counted unique routes that are visible to at least 10% of our peers to get the routes that are real in my terms. And if you look at it this way, we're not above 1 million routes yet, but if you include the aggregated routes, there are some peers that announce like 1.15 million routes to us. So we are very close to this 1 million number, which will be a celebration or maybe some bit boundary, which kind of scares me, to be honest. You've seen these two growth curves, the growth of the number of pairs and the growth of the number of prefixes, and the number of routes that we have is basically the multiple of these two numbers. So it's growing over time, and we don't delete data, so the data set just grows, and storing data is not free, so we have to make hard choices to prevent this data from exploding too much, because we notice ourselves that it's hard to store the data, to process the data. We see from researchers that they pick only a small part of the data because it takes too much time to go over all these files. Because the first time I did this in Python, it took 1.5 hours to look at the data for one point in time, and that means that it's very hard to analyze the data. And we're very conscious of that. And we do realize that when we make a peering session with somebody, that's when we decide to include the data. And it's a choice about the future, because if you have a peer for one day, it looks kind of strange. So when we make the peering decisions, we want this to be done for the long term. So we're set up for long-term observation of BGP pairs, to look back on the history of the internet, but also be able to look at the current internet by just taking the latest slice of just taking the top layer of the ocean of data that's there. We had to switch to a selective peering policy a few years back because of this increase in data volume, and we consciously evaluate the peering requests that we get to see if they improve our visibility on the internet, because we do see that it's very easy to get a global view of the internet, but seeing what influence IXPs have or what impact a regional routing incident would have is difficult if you don't have a peer that can see it. And what I want to ask you is to help us with that, because using numbers and data science can only get you so far, but network operators on the ground know what things are happening, which transit provider is slightly different in an area, what you should pick. So if you want to help us improve or help us understand the internet better, we're also very interested in that type of conversation, because after looking at data a lot, you realize that the data can lie to you, can be hard to understand, and you can explain something two ways using the data, and then an expert, like a network engineer like you guys are, is the one that can tell you what's really happening. So let's jump to how this data is used and how I think you may be using this data. And I will start by showing how we use the data. What I have here is the long-term routing history, or part of the long-term routing history for AS 43925, which is the AS of the hotel Wi-Fi. And what was curious to see there was that you had some prefixes there that had low visibility compared to their to the less specifics. So you have some 24s that are less visible on the internet than the more specifics. And there I did see that we have 11 pairs that see these routes. So something has been de-aggregated into more specific prefixes. And because we have visibility that's nearby enough, we can see it. But if we were further away, we probably would not see it. These prefixes are Internet Routing Registry valid, they're RPKI valid. So if somebody would announce them to the global internet, they would spread. But we can only see them, but they're stuck in some customer cone, and we can only see them because we have a collector nearby enough. And it was very nice to be able to use data about the hotel Wi-Fi. Then there's RIS-WUWIS, where if you call WUWIS with some other arguments, you can look up the origin ES and the encompassing prefixes for an IP address. It's a very useful tool. It's easy to script if you like to script on the command line. If you like to script using JSON, which I'm used to, but some people don't like, it's harder. So it can be a very useful data source. And in addition to how the data is used internally by us, we're also used by other researchers. So for example, like KDIS rank uses route views and RIS. So by contributing data to us, one of the benefits you get from peering with us is that your network will also look better in statistics like this. But it's just one example of how academics use our software. And then there's also open source software that uses it and commercial software. Now, I've just been talking about how you can do this through other software. It might feel very abstract and difficult. I've thought that the files are difficult to use. I'm not really pitching it, but I think it's very manageable, maybe even easy to use the information that's made from this raw data yourself. So the RipeStat looking glass was shown in the user interface yesterday. You can also use the API to get this data from the real-time looking glass. In this example, I used some JQ to select relevant data from here. But I think that in a very short time, you could build something that plugs into your monitoring system and says, okay, how visible is my prefix to this system? Or is there an unexpected origin ES for my prefix? Like, is there a hijack ongoing that's visible according to this system? And there are many ways to use this data, and because it's so rich, it's kind of, there are very few limits on what you can do with it. Another one I want to mention is, because it's live data, which is much more difficult to work with, but much more interesting than historical data, is using RIS Live yourself to consume data. This is a WebSocket that sends you BGP updates, and this really is made for you to use when you want to get a part of the complete stream of BGP updates that's around there. So you want the updates from one of the collectors or multiple, but just with your ES in the ES part. if you are just interested in some specific prefix, in some specific AS on the path, this is a tool I would recommend to use. And it's easy to use from your own code, and it is relatively easy to use from your own code if you are a software engineer. But if you want to use something that's ready-made, there's a lot of open source projects around that use this, such as BGP Alerter, that's been developed by NTT. And there's also a number of commercial projects that are based off this data. So this ends my pitch about this project, and where I want to convince you that I think you probably are using this data already without realizing it, that I think it's one of the key tools for capturing the history and the development of the internet, and that you can use this data yourself by using data in a low level or by using data in a service that is at a higher level. And I hope it was interesting for you guys.
Hello, I'm Eric from Interland Internet Exchange. You mentioned that your peering policy is now selective, and we host RRC22 at Interland, and we have already some peers, and other may want to also to peer with other networks that are present at Interland Internet Exchange. So could you please detail a little bit more about what means selective and how can they establish a peering session with the RRC22? Thank you.
So the peering policy is developing a little bit. We started a selective policy by looking at our data analysis and seeing how much data risk can get from every country. And then we realized that that data analysis isn't perfect. So what we are focusing on right now is that we really want IXP route server sessions, because that's a good way to capture quite local routes on the internet. For other peering requests, we look at the set of upstream providers that we see for an AS, and depending on that, like we decide whether it's new for us or not. So for example, we have a high number of peers that have a Cogent upstream or a Hurricane Electric upstream. So those may be less interesting to you, but yeah, route server sessions, definitely interested. We want to make sure we have the tier 1s in there, hyperscalers, and anything that's diverse to capture the edge of the internet. Because you did see that route with it was only visible to 11 peers. There might be more routes that we can just not see because where we peer. I know this is not a clear answer to your question, but we will try to clarify this later on. But for every peering request, we look at it and we carefully consider it to estimate how much we get from it. And I really hope we will have a tool in 1 year or so where we can set up more sessions first and then gather the data and then see what's really present in that session. Because right now we need to decide whether we want to keep it or not before we even know what's in there, which makes it much harder for us.
Any other questions, colleagues? Can you tell us, please, if for a second you leave your telephones aside, who has a session with Reese? Somebody has installed the pairing session with the Reese system. 0 hands. So colleagues, Tees is here. He is not going to run away after this presentation. He is going to stay until the end of the day. And so please, especially, well, I do not see very well the faces in the room, but if there are still here representatives of the traffic exchange points here. And yesterday at dinner we had a very good discussion and if there are representatives of some operators, in particular large aggregating indicators, go to TEES in order to talk about RIS. Because it is indeed useful and important both for us and for you and for the internet on the whole. You're not going to reveal any secret, anything that is not visible in the global routing system. So you're not going to disclose any secret, but it might turn out to be very useful.
If you want to explain how, if you want to explain how the connectivity works here locally, I would be very interested to hear that as well, because my colleague Jelena as well, we need stories from the ground to tell us what's really happening, because you don't get it with data, you don't get there with data only with data and explanation.
Yeah. Ну, вы понимаете, что РИС очень хочет...
So you understand that TEES wants to talk to you very much, so please do not ignore this opportunity. Thank you. So during all this time, we have mentioned repeatedly a wonderful protocol, IPv6, and mentioned that it has appeared in the Republic of Moldova. So it's not like Moldova is completely unaware of this phenomenon, but there is obviously room for improvement, a lot of room for improvement. So our next presentation will be from Evgenia Linkova, Jen Linkova, who is from Google, and she's also one of the I could say advanced professionals in IPv6, a person who has been dealing with it within Google, within Google's network, because they are using it. She participated in developing new standards within ITF actions, that is developing new RFC. So her name is on many documents, on many papers. She was a RIPE team lead on IPv6 for quite a while. So she is a person, a professional with rich experience. Her presentation will be dedicated to some incorrect perceptions of IPv6. She will tell us about the errors in approach. And I think this is something that is going to be useful for the audience of Moldovan operators. Please listen attentively, and if you have any questions or comments or feedback, please talk to her. We have invited Jen to have a dialogue. Let's have her on screen.
Good day, I am Evgenia Linkova. During 16 years, I've been working as a senior engineer in not so well-known company at Google, actually. And I am dealing with connecting IPv6 and the connection of IPv4. I had the possibility to talk to different persons inside and outside Google regarding IPv6. And I have some sort of a picture, and I have some sort of misconceptions that I developed. People quite often have misconceptions regarding IPv6, and this is what I'm going to talk today about. So let's start from the most popular thing, from the most popular prejudice, I would say, that is met both in mass media and in discussions. First, people say that we have been implementing IPv6 for over 25 years and we cannot deploy this, so it will never happen till the end. What can I say? First of all, this is not quite true when they say that we've been doing this for 25 years. You can see the graph on this slide. and it is present during any presentation of IPv6. So you can see the IPv6 adoption graph that shows the percentage of the users that come to our servers, and they have the working IPv6 on the client's webpage. And the graph shows that until not so long ago, actually no one was implementing IPv6 as such until 2010, when there was this huge IPv6 day when the biggest operators included IPv6 for everyone, then they connected it. So IPv6 had only a 10th share, or a 10th spot, and basically who used this, geeks and so on, and enthusiasts of the country. Then IPv6 launch took place. This was the day when the main players from this market, the content providers, ICMI, Facebook, Google, included IPv6 for everyone and left it open. And from that moment, we actually can see an increase of deployment of IPv6. There was some exponential growth. Even now, you see this is a little bit slower. But actually, the real deployment of IPv6 started for like maximum 10 years. And even during those 10 days, it's not that we all received huge experience how to manage networks. And I will tell you why at the end of my presentation. Besides that, if we look into some other alternative measurements performed by ISOCAM, they show the level of IPv6 deployment per separate operators. As you can see, there are networks where IPv6 is present in over 80% of users. Reliable Home says that about 93% of users have IPv6, and as I know, the vast majority actually doesn't have IPv4. So there are so many companies of this kind. Why do we see on Google's graph less than 50%? Because this is the average temperature within a hospital, including morgue, you know. So you can see that the majority of the users have IPv6, but they don't have IPv4, and there are networks where no one has ever thought about IPv6. This is why, if we take the data all over the world, we see about 50%. And everything depends on the angle we are looking from at the IPv6 deployment situation. And then there are questions, whoever needs IPv4? Besides that, I am being asked, what are the criteria that we finalized deploying IPv6, and IPv4 is still going to be used for quite a long time. There is an interesting thing related to mindsets. If we take engineers, if we ask them to draw a diagram or test the presence of connectivity, probably this person will draw a diagram using the IPv4 addresses and will ping something like 1111 or 8888. I think that when we reach the moment when people start thinking first about IPv6, it will be much better. This is when we will have the breakthrough, so we still have what to work on. The second point I would like to discuss. This is the need of IPv6. I know that during the several minutes of my speech, you probably have thought that there are networks that have implemented IPv6, and I personally don't need this at all. I am dealing quite nicely without it. Of course, there are people who definitely might not need IPv6. There are networks that can use a public IPv4, they can have this private fourth environment, but people have to think about IPv6 already. Now, a story from the past. Long ago, we came to a client to tell about a new amazing technology called Wi-Fi. And we were telling them how great this network was, that the staff would not need to connect to their computers using a cable and so on and so forth. And the engineers of this company were so scared. They said, no, we don't need all this. It's so difficult. It's not safe. Now everything is running smoothly. The computers are connected to the cable internet. Everything works finally. And when we looked into details, it turned out that wireless networks are already present at those people, because the most advanced staff of this company actually brought some routers and used these technologies as the most contemporary technologies, and they could be not controlled. So basically, if you cannot win, you just be the leader of something, and if some company or some network says they don't want to deploy something, this does not mean that they don't already have this something. And if we speak about the operational systems on laptops, routers and so on, IPv6 is present there automatically, unless some specific efforts were made. And now specific efforts have to be undertaken either for the deployment of IPv6 or to disconnect it. So, as I said, there is some sort of illusion that IPv6 is not needed. Besides that, there is another aspect that we were talking about like 6 years ago, and now this is quite a practical aspect. If you have some systems that your users have to have access to externally, for instance, when they go abroad, when they go on business trips, now we see such events like IPv6 only networks. Basically, the user device doesn't have this address, and the majority of these networks are providing access to IPv4 on destinations. So, and there are cases like a corporate VPN that do not function quite well in this scenario. If your leaders sent you to a conference, more and more chances are that at this conference there will be the IPv6 only network, when the user devices can be either licensed or they would get connected. If they, for instance, support IPv6, then there might be some weird or unpleasant situations when the laptops of your staff who don't have IPv6 deployed or deconnected, if they get connected to such a network, nothing is functioning properly. And by the way, the others, well, actually the internet might work perfectly, but they would not be able to get connected to your network. Just think about that. I guess that a part of the audience is now thinking that I'm talking you about rocket science, but actually this is not rocket science. This is neither science fiction. There are operators, mobile operators, that are deploying IPv6 because they ran out of IPv4 addresses for long ago, and with the development of technologies to develop IPv6 mostly mode, one-in-one network can be IPv6 only devices, and the devices with IPv4 addresses, then the IPv network can decide whether to give the address IPv4 to the client or not. And in such a regime, the corporate network started being implemented, and I'm following my own experience. I convinced my company to implement this, and some network conference like RIPE, ITX, GALAX also do this. They are deploying this, and if you take your MacBook, if you come with it to that conference, probably your MacBook will be working using IPv6. There will be no IPv4 address at all. If you have any servers that have to be accessible from the outside, and as I hope you all use DNS64, the clients that use DNS64 in IPv6 only networks, when the client of a DNS server is a little bit tricky and uses the resources that do not have the 6 address but provides some fictive synthesized 6 address, that's the client using the IPv4 join, all this construction doesn't work quite well with the DNSSEC. And again, you have to think that if you have no IPv6 in your resources, then just review your scenario with your clients. The third point, I hope that at least one person in this room got convinced that IPv6 is worth thinking about. And usually at this very stage, people say, okay, probably I need this. This is a necessary thing. And let me think about this a little bit later. And you see here a quote from Scarlett O'Hara. I'll think about it tomorrow. But there is the continuation of this quote. You see this diagram that shows us to divide our tasks per categories, per important and urgent categories. So you see, if something you previously was not so urgent and not so important, now it becomes the category that is not urgent yet, but already quite important. And I would not recommend you to come to the situation when nothing is important and not urgent. I love giving the example of a dentist. If you have planned checkups at dentists, if you don't come to the urgent situations, then you will have quite pleasant visits to the dentists and it will not cost you that much money. But if you bring your teeth to an emergency situation, then it will be quite painful, expensive and urgent. As you know, if we have to choose from a quick, cheap and qualitative, you can choose only 2 elements out of 3. If you use, for instance, IPv4 and the IPv4 addresses are over and you have to implement IPv6 quite quickly, it will either cost you a lot of money or the quality will suffer, or both. Because unfortunately, the deployment of IPv6 is not quite an easy or simple project. Usually it requires a lot of elements and parts of the organization. And it seems that these are the IP levels, the network levels, but if you take a couple of engineers, if you ask them to deploy IPv6, this is not enough. As I told you, we discuss here the change of the mindset. Many times I've witnessed the support services reporting that they improved efficiency and effectiveness, everything is working, everything is being pinged, traffic is there, and upon closer look, we see that they deployed IPv6 and nothing works and the users suffer. And first of all, it means that people have to be taught. Next, it will be more probable that in many programs and software products, starting with routers and the firewalls, new features are needed or bug fixes are needed. And it's much better when we do this timely because you identified everything beforehand. So you chose everything following the recommendations of the software. Because, you know, not everyone can afford changing everything to the latest updated version. And if some processes have to work better, then you might identify that either billing doesn't work and so on. And there are things that could not be performed during a weekend. The easier, the sooner you start, the sooner and you will finalize it, and the less pain you will have. And you can see the graph for the world IPv6 adoption. You see that sometimes it grows either exponentially or in a linear way. So why deploying such systems? Now we can say that we are going to quickly launch the first version. In the regime of IPv4 and IPv6 will be added next time. There are two issues here. First, when we start adding IPv6, we will have to add it to an alive system, and the users are already using it, so something might go wrong. The users will suffer. Second, the question: when is it better to deploy IPv6 on various systems, especially if they are using external clients? 12 years ago, when less than 1% of IPv6 users was present, now when we have about half of them, in a few years we will have about 60% of users. And there will be stories saying that people wasted so much time on deployment. When I started deploying this, well, we had the clients to switch to IPv6, but they were scarce, like several percent only. And they were trying to connect their routers. Nothing was running smoothly. And, you know, it was so nice to understand that the number of users who have seen some flaws before deploying IPv6, well, increases. This is quite a pleasant thing. Now that I scared everyone, I have good news. It's not that bad, you know. It's easier and easier to deploy IPv6 day by day. Those who have done this, they found a number of bugs. They fixed them, and they also asked the vendors to implement some functionalities that are strongly needed. For instance, I have a lengthy presentation on how I was transferring the corporate Google network on IPv6 mostly regime. So now we have about 85% of corporate users who do not use IPv4. And Mac OS 12 wasn't supporting anything. Actually, Mac OS 13 had some issues that didn't hinder us in deploying this, but Mac OS 14 is just working. And if someone decides to implement IPv6 mostly, and they have a specific number of Apple devices, everything will be working compared to 3 years ago. Now let's go to technology rather than ideological questions. Unfortunately, today we see that people who are used to IPv4 networks thought that they would be deploying IPv6 exactly like they did for IPv4. They look at IPv6 as the protocol for IPv4 with some adjustments. No, it's a totally new protocol. It's like implementing ACS, similar to JP. Next, all the broadcast networks implement /64. I will just remind you about the most basic things. There is a totally different way of configuration, and there are fundamental distinctions that people often forget about. And the hosts can have a lot of addresses, and I know that many people are scared of that. Actually, this is quite a useful thing, IPv6, and it allows doing things that IPv4 cannot do at all. You know, IPv4 cannot give you the same level of privacy to users, and multi-homing is possible only after snapping, renumbering, PCP networks is impossible, and so on. If you are happy with this configuration, well, backbone can be done on link local only, using local addresses only, and many other things can be done. In other words, what I am trying to highlight, it's not worth looking at IPv6 as if it is an increased IPv4 protocol. It's a different protocol. At this very stage, people get even more scared and they say everything is so new and scary, we don't want to deploy IPv6. It's difficult, you can break your neck. Actually, I am puzzled by this. IPv6, in most cases, shows that all these alleged difficulties are just to solve some specific issues, and at this level of network development there are not so often met decisions that could be fit for the operator, for the call center, and for a small business. Sometimes some decisions that are quite comfortable for a mobile operator cannot be used for corporate networks, but people who can deploy PSP, they understand that IPv6 is actually quite a simple thing if you get to understand it. And you can see the link for recommended reading. It tells you why some specific technical decisions were taken for this very protocol. And the very last thing, I hope that at least someone from the audience decided to implement IPv6, and probably someone has decided that I've done everything, now I can get relaxed, I can wait for the next project. Oh no, unfortunately, it's impossible. If you deploy IPv6 and you do not support it, it is useless. I got connected to my home operator that in theory had IPv6, but practice showed that it's not quite IPv6. You see the graph? It shows the 50% traffic decrease in 18 months, and the lower graph shows that new CPEs have broken IPv6 for IPv6. And you see IPv6 was broken, and why people got relaxed? No one paid attention that all the efforts to implement IPv6 were in vain. Corporate networks. I've seen many funny cases when, because of bugs, users would lose connectivity every 30 seconds, or macOS 13 had a great bug when the device would wake up, and after waking up, it didn't have the configuration of IPv6, so no one would see anything if the network has IPv4. And there is variables that allows the clients to use the protocol that works fine. And if IPv6 works not so fine, it uses IPv4. What happens? The use of API bows doesn't always allow you to see that there is something wrong with the IPv6. So for several years we've implemented IPv6, and it requires maintenance and support. And we don't know what protocol is being used by users, but all these interesting aspects come to surface only when we start turning off IPv4. Why do we switch off IPv4? Because everything started like that. Why do we need IPv6? Because IPv4 addresses are coming to an end, and if IPv4, if the IPv4 devices start adding IPv6 and IPv4 is not switched off, then the issue of IPv4 addresses coming to an end will not be solved, and the IPv4 addresses are needed in the same number as before. And I am following my experience, so I suggest the following. Definitely, it's worth deploying IPv6. After its deployment, we should not forget what was done. We need monitoring, and upon possibility, we have to start thinking about disconnection of IPv4 and switching to the IPv6 mostly regime, or maybe to IPv6 only for mobile devices, and some advertising. We are writing documents on how to deploy IPv4 in wireless networks. If you need, you can read the documents. Since I'm running out of my time, questions, please.
Colleagues, where are your questions? I do not see your hands. So, here we go. A question. While your colleague is asking the first question, think about the next questions. Hi, I'm Rodion. Where do you disconnect IPv4? Where and why? I have a 40-minute presentation on this topic, but we do not have 40 minutes, right? Well, if you really need it, well, that's dangerous. Anyway, in our corporate network, which is rather large, private IPv4 addresses, we were running short on those addresses. So we decided to stop using outdated protocols. And during the year before last, I moved the corporate network, mostly users. I'm not talking about systems. I'm speaking about the users of workstations, phones, etc. And devices that can easily use IPv6 and devices that are still using IPv4. The presentation I delivered in November 2023. And if you go to the website of the meeting, I will tell you the number of the RIPE meeting that took place in November 2023. I had a presentation during the plenary session where I explained everything in detail. Have I answered your question now? Would you like more details? To summarize, Evgenia is disconnecting IPv4 where she can. Well, yes, but most actively I can do it in the corporate network of Google. Well, obviously, whatever you can reach. Well, you invite me if you need more disconnections. Good afternoon. I'm Victor. I'm an IT engineer. You mentioned in your presentation that we are currently in the IPv6 implementation is not urgent in our case. So, in your opinion, when the internet community or internet providers, when will it become urgent for them? I prepared this presentation for people who haven't implemented IPv6 yet. Because, for those who have implemented, for them only slide 6 of this presentation is relevant. So if you haven't implemented it, this means that it's not urgent for you, because for those for whom it is urgent, they have run out of IPv4 addresses, like in our case. And we had to accelerate moving to IPv6. Mobile operators have run out of these addresses long ago, as far as I know, and that's my slide 3 from my presentation. But some networks, in some networks there might be many addresses and they might not need it now. So there is no universal answer, that starting from tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, everybody will realize it and start implementing it. There should be a real reason for which providers decide to implement that. In the case of providers, the situation is a bit different. So they would like to deliver services both for IPv4 and IPv6, but in terms of content, IPv6 is more efficient for them. Thank you very much. And I also think that, even now, the content is largely based on IPv6, and it's a smooth process. It's not like the share is growing slowly. So when the share of IPv6 resources become critical, then it will make more sense for the operators to get rid of the transmitters and the intermediate boxes that also affect expenses. Jen mentioned about mobile operators. I remember a story because a colleague of mine was part of it, consulting. We helped big mobile operator to do costing, and what will they save if they switch to IPv6? So we sat down and made the calculations. We helped them, assisted them from the technical side. They calculated it in money, and their engineers presented the figures to their management. Return on investment was 18 months, and they thought that the management will say, well done, implement it. And they said, what do you mean? Why haven't you done it until now? You should have started 2 years ago and not wait until this moment. So it is a matter of understanding. Brother, maybe you have sufficient number of addresses, but due to high number of transmissions, you need to upgrade your boxes. While this upgrade to IPv6 allows you to send your traffic around, for instance. And so maybe it does make sense for you to upgrade, and because IPv6 will reduce the load. So it's all the matter of your analysis, and it's indeed a step-by-step process. We are going to get there anyway, but when It's a question. There is also another interesting thing from my experience. It is much easier to manage a network that uses only one protocol because you do not need to clarify every time what protocol you should verify now, because you have to remember that there are two. So I'm very happy when I see that, there are some parts of the network use just one protocol. I agree. We have training courses on IPv6, and we used to have a recommendation on implementation. We received a lot of feedback from operators that indeed that is good as an intermediate step, but it's a pain in the neck because you need to think a lot about what protocol we are using, synchronization of all the rules, all the accesses have to be doubled, and it is very easy to make a mistake if you forget to include something, or if you make an error in an address. So all that becomes a huge problem once scaled up, and then people understand that maybe it's time to move on. And we changed our courses just based on the practice, because it's practice, it's not the theory. This is what is happening, so I would agree with Jan. Any other questions, comments? Anatoly, please. Good afternoon. I often hear the argument from admins. Everything is fine with the security now, but when I have IPv6, every endpoint will be in the big internet, and I will have problems with the cybersecurity. What can we answer them? Well, you can remind them that it has never been designed as a security tool. So what? You have firewalls and right policies, corresponding policies that ensure your security. And it has been said repeatedly, it's not about security. And actually, people used to live without it long ago. I remember, even in the IPv4 space. So if admins are relying on that, I would bring a cybersecurity expert to them and to remind them what it is for and what it is not for. I will add, I remember those times. Moreover, back then, I was part of the community. Well, actually, I wasn't thinking I would work in RIPE NCC, but I was one of those people who were discussing, well, let's sell NAT to people as a security tool, to implement it heavily and to avoid the situation when you run out of addresses. So now when I hear that, I'm like, don't sell me my own shit back. So the second part is that, all the best practices, if you take BCOP on IPv6, it says that firewall is a conditional element, and it's cheaper than that. And then very often you can extract part of the rules in the stateless firewall. So you do not have to use so much memory. So in a nutshell, IPv6, from the viewpoint of security, if it is implemented with firewall, etc., it's still much cheaper than NAT. That's a bonus. Other questions? We have someone who can give you the microphone. Thank you very much, Jan. We had quite a few questions on this topic, which is very good. Let's move on. You know where to find me. If you have any more questions, you have my email address. Thank you. Oh, I forgot. I wanted to make a photo in the end of all the speakers. I hope Jan hears us. Anyway, now we move on to the last presentation in this session, which will be less technical, but not less important. Yesterday and today we have been talking about localizing traffic, about IPv6 that somewhere it is present, somewhere it is not, and about the uniformity of this phenomenon, the internet. And the last presentation, because we have only a panel session left, so this last presentation is going to cover, it's to give us a more systemic view over the issue. And it is, the subject is the internet fragmentation or decay. And this is the area of competence of our next speaker, who is going to share his insights on internet fragmentation. Mikhail, you have the floor. Good afternoon. Unfortunately, I do not see you. It's a bit difficult for me to talk into the screen from my flat. Okay, I can see something now, the room now. Can I share my presentation now? Yes, you have to do it. It is your obligation, which I'm going to do right now. I hope you can see my presentation on the screen and you can hear me well. And let me start. The presentation will be not very technical. There will be some technical stuff because we are in a technical conference. But why can I talk about this topic? Because I have been dealing with the internet management from the viewpoint of civil society for quite a while. I'm from Russia originally, but due to recent developments, I haven't been there for 4 years. Now, they actually declared me not only a foreign agent, but also a terrorist in Russia. You can scan this QR code and you can view your presentation from your own device. And there will be links embedded in this presentation. I encourage you to look into those materials that I suggest. So I hope you have managed to scan the QR code. Please wave your hand at me for me to understand that you have managed. I do not see any hands waved. Right? Okay, managed. So what is fragmentation and why do I call it conspirology? Well, the fact is that the internet fragmentation as a physical phenomenon, how we kind of can imagine it, that it falls into pieces that are not connected one to another. Obviously, there is just one actual example in the world, but it's not about the internet, about something else. I will tell you later a little bit, not just, otherwise it will be a spoiler. Internet has been rather successfully resisting any attempts to be fragmented somehow, but there have been quite a few attempts. And an important disclaimer before we continue talking. What is fragmentation from the point of view of linguistics? There is fragmentation of the internet as such and fragmentation on the internet. or in the internet. So when networks are not connected to each other, when they do not communicate, no traffic is moving back and forth, because internet, if we translate it, it's in between the nets. So if there is no connection between those networks, then there is no more internet. That's about fragmentation of the internet, but fragmentation on the internet exists because there are such phenomena as blocking, authentication, etc. Maybe some geopositioning, when your internet looks differently when you view it from one or the other geographical point. So what is the taxonomy of internet fragmentation? Or maybe for what reason that happens? Well, first of all, for political. By political, I mean that the governments of some countries, not all the countries, but some countries consider that they have the right to tell people what to read, what not to read, so they implement censorship, in other words. But it's not all, because there are also national interests, obviously, in protection of the national interests, some legislative constraints, so like if you go on our internet, you have to behave correspondingly, etc. So there is a certain meaning in political fragmentation, or a certain sense. If such fragmentation measures are somehow largely discussed with the civil society. So not like in Russia, when they designate some civil society organizations, but they largely discuss with the community. Do you need any websites to be blocked, etc. So if there is a dialogue, then maybe it does make sense to a certain extent. However, anyway, if the system doesn't like it, it is likely to resist. The next type of fragmentation is economic. It is trivial. There is money or there is no money. Well, in other words, internet in Africa looks differently than internet in China. And the internet in Russia is substantially different from the internet in Germany. In terms of the cost of access, accessibility, internet penetration, etc. The technical fragmentation is rather related not to features but to methods, how you can do it. Anyway, we'll come back to it later. And also in gray, you see some other possibilities for internet fragmentation. But just like the entire story, it is rather controversial, so it's discussable. But certain trends can be identified and described, for instance, statically. There is no such thing. For instance, there might be fragmentation based on scientific, I don't know, maybe depending on the purposes of use, scientific purposes. For instance, it's not so obvious now, but in the beginning of the 2000s or in the 90s, it was very clearly seen, because obviously internet was first implemented in the academic environment. There might be also some cultural differences as well. And an example of cultural fragmentation would be China. Obviously, there are blockings that they are trying to make the internet sovereign, their internet sovereign. But just because people do not speak other language, they can just read Chinese writing, and they have no idea of the Latin alphabet. So the concept is different. Even, to type in an address on the internet, maybe not now that much in the current generation, but that That is why in China, domains fully consisting of numbers are very popular. And that is a cultural characteristic. And also some general, maybe human-related methods of fragmentation. General humanity, I don't know. Although anthropologists say that the difference between humans is much smaller than between some other animals, because we are one biological species anyway. So let's see how these types of fragmentations look like. Political fragmentation. It is also called network or cyber sovereignty. They like it very much in Russia. They say we have arranged for the network sovereignty. But that, in my opinion, that is is not relevant, because internet as such is a global thing. So how can you make it sovereign? But they consider, the politicians, that if in a certain jurisdiction, a certain country, laws apply, then these laws have to be applied on the internet as well. Like in the Arabic countries, when they do not have any internet telephony. Why? Maybe 10, 15 years ago, they had an explanation. But now, what about its relevance now? Because they used to say that that was damaging the traditional telephone operators. But now even the landline telephone lines also work via the network, so it doesn't seem to make sense anymore. But anyway, network sovereignty refers to the fact that, and it's actually not the country, but the government of a country, when they make a decision that in their part of the internet they are going to implement certain rules regardless of any general requirements. And how can the internet be controlled politically? Well, first of all, by filtering content, by blocking some content. And there is also such a phenomenon as internet government shutdowns. Now in Russia, within the last month, there has been the largest number of shutdowns. Russia even advanced, and India, in that sense, they switch off mobile internet in all the regions in Russia. They're afraid of drones. This is how they explain it. How it protects from drones, it's not very clear, but huge damage is incurred by the economy. Just a second. A police car has passed by, and I just don't hear myself because of the siren. Sorry. Another method of political control refers to data localization laws, and this happens now in the US. Who would have thought? They almost destroy the TikTok business in the US. For the third time, Trump extended the term for TikTok sale. So today, this second extension period expires, and there will be the third one. But as we know, Trump is always afraid, and he always extends the term of validity of his decisions in order to avoid the need to make other decisions. And another method of political control is building sovereign infrastructure. Again, like import substitution or something, because the government might consider that if it's our domestically produced equipment, it will be better than the imported one. Who is going to benefit is not clear. Well, maybe just a certain provider. But Huawei, for instance, sanctions were implemented, but not because they're afraid of their equipment. I guess the reasons were of another nature. So it should be mentioned that there is a difference between authoritarian and methods of controlling internet and regulatory autonomy. The AI generated this. Digital authoritarianism fenced, and the difference is that when decisions are made in an authoritarian way without consulting other members of the society, without considering interests of the society, that leads to the spiral development of authoritarianism, like in Belarus, for instance, when they just introduced a monopoly on transborder traffic transmission. There are only 2 companies that have the right to connect to other players on the internet, to other autonomous systems, literally. Within Belarus, local companies cannot communicate with anyone beyond the borders of the country. In more democratic countries, in the same Europe, there is a certain regulatory autonomy, the GDPR. For instance, in India, they have a similar law on protecting economic interests of Indian companies. China, obviously, as a separate subject. They have their own internet registrator. And we also need to talk separately about economic fragmentation, why it happens, creation of such protected fenced gardens when you have your own infrastructure and your own companies, and we're not interested in the others. So on the one hand, that excludes the country from international cooperation, competition even, but on the other hand, indeed some companies gain advantages while doing controversial or disputable things. In other words, where there are constraints from the very beginning, we cannot see any internet corporations. Although, if we take 90 million population in Iran, rather educated population, but does anyone remember any internet corporation that we would know about, on the international market, or even on the domestic market in Iran, to hold a certain share of the market, a visible share? Of course not.
From the other side, there are some opposites. The same China, when they have the situation with TikTok. Or if we speak about WeChat, AliExpress, Alibaba, they are quite often being discussed. Somewhere this is working, somewhere else it's not functioning, and there are some conditions that I think do not refer to the creation of these walled gardens. Geo-blocking, again, an interesting economic story. It's considered that in different countries there is different purchasing ability, so the prices have to be different. Netflix is the same, the greatest example. Just see how much subscription is in one country and another. You can see that they have these variations in prices. And again, there are some cultural differences. One for some specific country, specific price is set, but the content is also limited. For instance, a specific language is absent. Digital protectionism, I've already referred to that. When India is defending itself from the intrusion of some big players, and they protect themselves so strongly that they almost strangulated everything, or the European Union is trying to defend its market. And again, the players from Google, from Meta in Europe didn't appear because they were defending it to such an extent that corporations find it much easier to go to America to develop huge projects there. What other issues are when we refer to walled gardens? If you have 1, 2, 3 players, then it's easier to manage them, it's easier to manipulate them. If you have hundreds of subjects on the market, it's difficult to catch them, it's difficult to make them implement some weird requests. So the best way of protection from fragmentation is the free market. So there should be a lot of projects. The more projects, the better. The less chances to create an initially walled garden that later transfers into authoritarianism and censorship. Let's give an example so that you have it clear. In Russia, there used to be about 7.5 connectivity operators. During the recent years, it became visible that actions were taken to make the life of other players much more difficult. So there were some specific terms and conditions to implement the state decisions, because they implemented this based on the connectivity operators, and probably 30 times they increased, well, from 40,000 to 1 million rubles. Just imagine, it's like 20 times the costs per license increased. Basically, all the old licenses were annulled, and now even much more money has to be paid, and this is being done to minimize the number of players on the market, because thus it's easier to manipulate everyone. Why there is this shutdown in Russia when we speak about mobile network operators? So for connectivity operators received letters, and some forces were also deployed. And you know, if there were 7,500 mobile network operators, it would be much more difficult to manage them. Fragmentation. So technical fragmentation is a known thing. Initially, there are attempts to manipulate the DNS, then there is a bad thing like poisoning, when operators are being forced to use their own DNS, or there is forced rerouting on specific addresses, then filtering and blocking. And actually, this staircase is going to be implemented. And when it comes to DPI, the topic of filtration is already the technical things. It's like China is doing now when there are some bans to use specific protocols. This is how everything looks in Russia. You can see the link to the article. Again, I am the co-author, and we had an investigation as to how this TCP/U looks like. It's the one that filters internet in Russia, and we've identified the equipment who provides this equipment, and we said that Huawei belongs to, well, why do you think that Huawei is okay to be sanctioned? Because they provide this equipment so that the life of a country becomes unbearable. There is one more graph, what can be done using this TSPU. This is what takes place today even. The traffic decreased almost twice, and this is related to the fact that they try somehow to influence the Cloudflare. This is the known CDS network, and they help blocking Again, they try to transfer this protectionism and money. On the other hand, they are afraid that some specific VPNs can be used, and this is what happens when an entire server that has 20% of internet is kept on Cloudflare. And now, basically, they are trying to block it. This is that very staircase blockage, ladder of blocks, actually. This is the Russian realia. We know that different countries go through this ladder differently. There are no similarities between the European Union and Russia. You know that initially there were discussions like we are going to discuss the blocking domain names, then let's include some more addresses, let's block child pornography and drug dealing and so on and so forth. Everything was okay, but in the very end this leads to such a gradual situation that looks like a ladder of blocks, and it's quite similar to the Korean situation. Now in Russia almost everything is being blocked. VPNs protocols are being blocked, and they are using some weird algorithms, and we cannot deal with them. And SPU, this is the Central Directorate for Joint Center. We don't know how these algorithms to block VPNs are functioning, because VPNs have to work inside the country, because they are being used for internal needs. In order to block the VPNs that go out of the country, we have to be careful not to block the VPNs that are inside the country. This is quite an interesting technical task, and this issue is now being solved, or attempts are being made to solve this issue. And then IBSEC, there are various versions of the protocol. So why do we think that the algorithms function like that? If the Russian host is trying to join the customer who is not in the Russian IP address, they have their own register called RAM, Russian IP addresses register. Then they double check what protocol is being used. If this is the protocol that refers to the VPN, then it's being blocked. Actually, inside Russia, this should not be blocked. But again, they have a number of ATM networks. They have cashier devices, and actually they are hurting themselves. But what we are expecting? So YouTube is already blocked. I guess this slide goes back to December. Now we are waiting for the blockage of Telegram. Now this is the very last social network that is still not blocked by Russia, because it's not being controlled by the authorities. And when Telegram is going to be blocked, again the number of VPNs used will increase, and then there will be blockages of larger scale. Maybe there will appear some upgrading lists. So the technology of censorship should also have some specific reports. And now you see the entire situation. You see, if they climb the very last stair, then Russia will come to the situation of the North Korea. I don't quite believe into this. Why? Because otherwise, how would they be able to trade petrol? There will be such damage done to their own economy that maybe they will not be happy that they are left with their crocodiles. But on the other hand, this is a huge country, over 100 million population, and not all of these people are actual jerks. We don't know, but definitely not all of them are of this kind. And here you can see the link for the presentation. You can see the source where these image is taken from. And there is one single prefix 22. These are the IP addresses, and probably they have some more, like the two prefixes or three prefixes slash 22 and 24. So this has to be traced. We have to see where the prefixes come from. And researches have to be performed to see how this interacts. Probably it would be nice to see how these authoritarian countries cooperate with international organizations, and they do not only have everything separated from the internet, they have total surveillance, like in the North Korea. They have their own registration system. I beg your pardon, but someone rang the doorbell. So their surveillance system is so developed that when you attach a file, there is a special RDI attached to the file, and then if you send this file to another device, it gets its ID, and then it can be traced. There are some embedded elements for tracing, there are some screenshots for files, so everything is present. As for China, there are great articles regarding the way China works. They are outdated, nevertheless, it's interesting to read these articles. Probably these are the reports from Cisco, and what's important, the connection inside China and outside China differs. Delays or loss of patents comes to great amounts. When needed, they are using various approaches. In Russia, where TSPUs are installed, so this is the slide from the presentation of the RDP company that produces this equipment, and you can see that it's not only in Russia. This equipment is being provided everywhere to the majority of former CIS countries. I beg your pardon, but I couldn't not open the door. Actually, we are pressed by time. Okay, then I will quickly go through my remaining slides. What's the main difference between Russian and Chinese censorship? There are so many small fences in Russia. They are installed per each connectivity operator. I've referred to GDPR, and there is a law in India, DPDPA, if I'm not wrong. Again, I'm embarrassed, I beg your pardon. What's next? We have another situation like digital amnesia or digital rot, actually. Trump policy is focused on closing the financing of the civil internet. So probably you heard this thing, and it was financed by USGM. There is a department and that got its financing cut, and I hope that some corporations will help them remain alive. And this is quite an important tool to see how the internet looked like before. So it refers to the information from the previous internet. Now, conspirology regarding the dead internet. Just pay attention to Thor project. The AI-generated text is given to bots from various right companies. This is quite a labyrinth. Two AIs throwing around various nonsense. Again, Google and YouTube. In the beginning, this was a great product, but corporations, since they have specific reasons, they develop various products so that their product is bought for their own. And YouTube has more and more irrelevant advertising so that you purchase YouTube Premium, and there is no division into internet and so on. And global impact, I will not focus too much on that, but this is quite a great thing. There is no fragmentation so far. When we refer to the internet, there are some scenarios for further development. I think that the status quo will be kept. Of course, there will be attempts to divide the internet, but thank God we have this thing called VPN, and usually this brings the internet division to zero. So there are possibilities to avoid blockages set up by the state, and probably this is going to solve the situation. Why am I so confident? Because there are so many requests for VPN in Russia, in Google, and in the beginning of the year 2022, when social networks were blocked, the use of VPN increased many times. And you see the situation before the war and after the war, when YouTube started being threatening. And this can be seen not only in Russia, but in all other countries where blockages are being introduced, in Belarus, for instance, as well. I beg your pardon for being here and away, and now I'm expecting any questions, if any. We are running out of time, unfortunately, but let's listen briefly to a question. Misha, hello, I'm Misha Anisim from ICANN. Thank you so much for your presentation. I have a comment and a question. So, the comment. I would like to say that when we say about war on the internet, there are many understandings of this phenomenon, and I'm not willing to show that someone is right, someone is not. But you know, we've been thinking quite a lot about fragmentation, and in our understanding, in our picture of the world, we say that unless various countries, geographic organizations use the same root zone, and they are using the same SECA that guarantees its unchangeability and its uniqueness, then the internet is not fragmented. And this is why we have various approaches. I think this is quite an interesting story, and this wide framework has to have some additional comments. But I have quite a weird question. In your presentation, you've touched upon many different topics. At the same time, during the discussions, we see that your presentation has a lot of evaluation loaded ideas, and I know that there are some elements that have to be viewed differently. They have different rhythm of implementation because the digital environment has some fights with internal and external dependencies, even if there are dependencies only in the heads of those who are fighting all this terminology. But the question sounds like that. In your presentation, you've shown that there is a huge zoo of what can be referred to as configurations. They can be called in different terms. People who listen to us, they can perceive this a little bit differently. They might have totally different attitudes, different from what you are presenting. Don't you think that one should be more careful while using these evaluation-loaded rhetorics, especially when we speak about researchers, in order to avoid misunderstanding? So this is my question. You see, I don't have a goal to change the mind of someone, but I will repeat, this is not to argue with you. This is what I said from the very beginning. This is pure conspirology, and probably, yes, it was worth saying this from the very beginning. But again, it doesn't mean that DNS of some specific companies contains a very specific information. I am sure that the Russian DNS will be able to check all the information, and I'm sure that it differs from the Google DNS. As for more specific, as for more humble formulations, well, probably the answer is yes, but I don't even know what to say. Probably this is my view of the world, and there are so many conflicts all over the world right now. So I am taking the sides of those who do not block the internet. The moment the state starts blocking internet and introducing censorship in the country, so immediately this party takes the evil side, and they can even use the imperative of Kant. But I do not refer about limitations. I refer to a more exactness of the formulations. I don't get your question. Okay. I think that this discussion has to be held outside this very session. I just can say that I am more supporting Misha, who said that there is fragmentation and there is a specific taxonomy. And if we say that we don't want to know about taxonomy, but we focus only on something basic, then the situation is quite weird. If we speak about different measurements, about different aspects of an event, probably it's clearer to say that there is such an aspect, we are focusing on it, we don't discuss other aspects since they are not ours. So let's work within these limits, within these frameworks, and if we started from saying that there are various measurements at all, then I don't see the idea of minimizing this level of emotions. We are actually running out of time. Mikhail can be contacted at any time. And the moment there are some discussions left, let's continue them separately during the lunch. And maybe during the next event, we will have more steps forward. We will have other presentations with new steps to make. Thank you so much. And this is when our session ends for now. I will give the floor to Vahan Hovsepian. He will announce the last panel discussion. Vahan. So the very last, well, it's not quite the last, so the very, very last session, but it's not even the panel discussion. It's something of I don't know what. Actually, now we actually go to lunch. Please come back here at 2 p.m. So we can.
Ну, товарищи.
So, dear friends, colleagues, we are so beautiful, aren't we? Although I'm not there. Well, I'm there, but not on this slide. But I'm sure you're looking at us and thinking like, what a beautiful team. What beautiful, intelligent, nice and bold. Now we are going to have a community session. And what is it about? It is a free space to share some thoughts, some programs, some possibilities. What do you want exactly from us, from yourself, from your colleagues, from life? And to talk about the future, about the past, about what has happened, what will follow, what could have been and never was, what problem and opportunities we have. Let me ask you, please share what would you like to talk about? It's a difficult question. I have to gather my thoughts. I represent a small operator. I'm Drozdov from Bender town. So what are our concerns as a small operator? Simple things like to collect more channels for on the large operators for convenient prices, to organize a stable network. So these are our main concerns. How to connected to the topics discussed today, we have to think about, because many interesting things have been presented today, scientific, but how to implement it in our modest activity of a small provider. You know, after everything that happened here today, you were here, right, yesterday? Well, yeah, I don't remember exactly after everything that's happened yesterday, but I think a lot about what is going to follow and how difficult life is. Many say that What will happen with the internet, with the technologies? What will happen tomorrow? Are you thinking about it? Are you a positive person, actually? Do you think that everything will be fine? The technical development of the internet will lead us to a happy future? I am not ready to answer this global question because, we are working with the end users. We are connecting subscribers. And obviously, we can always work on the quality. We change the materials, the cables, we change the speed, the volume. What else? Thinking about the future, I think that the internet, well, there is still paper going around. So I think it still requires quite an effort. But what does it lead to, the internet? Everybody scrolls their feed on the... So you don't call, you don't talk in person, you write, you text. And many ask themselves this question, whether that's good or bad. But actually everything has two sides to it. Some positive things that could be used for development, and the other side, like dependency. And that's relevant for any technology. Well, a car, for instance, on the one hand, you can travel longer distances, but sometimes, people even 50 meters cannot walk without a car. And I'm not sure whether this is a very good example, but at least, those tasks that we have, I'm very optimistic because there is demand on the market. And from the end user's perspective, there is demand for remote work. How to connect it to the context of this conference? Well, maybe you can ask some questions, some guiding questions. Maybe I'm not taking it in the right direction. Well, I would like to understand, because you have quite a rich life experience and professional experience, and I'm always saying that we have to build on the experience of people who have certain weight in the industry, who have experience, who have created this industry. And regardless of the fact that the young professionals have their own views, that everything has to be cancelled, destroyed, something new has to be built. All these new things have to be built upon the experience of older generations who have come away and who know what they're doing. They know where they started from. Because every time to, reinvent the bicycle, it's difficult. And we can do the same mistakes. Instead of learning your lessons. I am a middle generation, you're the older generation, but let's ask the younger generation. Let's pick on someone, to make sure that it is random. Maybe you can point your finger. Let's play. What do you think about this young person? Come on, join us. So, here is a microphone for you. So, I understand that you're a student, right? I graduated, but recently. Okay, so why did you choose telecommunications? Why is this industry interesting for you? Well, telecommunications.
First of all, because telecommunication is part of the digitalization and the technological sector, and for sure, the digital sector is also a telecommunication sector, and it is also very interesting for our young people, and we need to keep up with the digitalization process and new trends, taking into consideration that everything uses telecommunications, including phones and messages, chats. It is a very important area for multiple generations.
I heard about different generations. What language am I speaking? Russian or English? Or Romanian, maybe even? No, not yet. I'm not speaking Romanian, right? No. And you know why is this talk interesting? Because we are speaking about the technical community, but the understanding of us all being part of this technical community is missing on the one hand. Because how do you qualify this technical community? How do you define it? And if we recognize ourselves as part of this community, what shall we do for this community? Or do we only take and use? So what shall we do as part of this technical community? And the first question is whether we feel ourselves part of this technical community. And if yes, then what we have to do for this technical community? What do you think? Well, I think yes, we feel ourselves part of it, and that is why we're doing what we're doing, despite all the challenges that we face. You mentioned my age. Obviously, there have always been challenges, but you can see a way and you solve the problems, and then the young generation endorses it, because our job is related to infrastructure creation for the content produced by the young generations. So the young generation knows what they want, and we are trying to keep the pace and offer the technical solutions. Obviously, we consider ourselves part of the technical environment because we live in it. What about you? As a younger generation, I think we do not even realize that we are part of this technical community because we are creating it. Like Anatoly said, they are.
But because we have here several generations, we are part of this technical society without even being aware. We are part of the society and its systems. We are, of course, connected to the previous generations, and we help them understand what we want, because we are now in the digital era. everything is developing every day. We are now having AI that is integrated, that can be misunderstood or not understood by the previous generations. To answer your question is yes, I am part of this of the technological and digitalization system and society, and I believe that all of my colleagues and all my generation, the young people, they are not aware of what kind of impact we have and how we actually right now are creating the future. Either it is negative or positive.
Yes, we are creating this future unconsciously. So whoever has created us. Then I will ask you specific questions. So you are saying that you feel yourself part of the technical community, and that together we are creating the future. That is good as providers. But there are also some general things for all the levels of this technical community, national, regional, international, and now there are hot debates on the future of the internet, of the digitalization, of the digital era you refer to. So is it enough? Because we are doing our job like providers, right? Many are saying that, but the question is, if you do not participate in the decision making at the high level, at a certain point in time, they might tell you like, go and mind your business. You know about the processes that take place in the world and are planned for the current year, for the world to come to a decision on the future digital management and internet management and governance, data governance including. We have a person sitting in the audience who is listening to us, and he's also a promoter of the idea of the free, stable internet, resilient internet. And he is surely the promoter of active engagement of the technical community. Mikhail, what do you think about these processes that take place? Why the technical community has to participate in all these processes, and what are those? The processes that we, the technical community, the young, the elder, please join us on the stage for this discussion. Because you're also part of the technical community in our region, right? Well, if we have about 40 minutes, I can read you a lecture. But going back to some basics that you referred to, indeed, now there are discussions about the role of the technical community within the processes that you might have heard about. V6+20 on internet governance and global digital compact that was signed in 2024. For instance, there was, and the major intrigue of this document is that initially the technical community was not identified as a separate part. It was part of the civil society, and there were no specific procedures to collect the opinion of this particular group to inform decision making. But by the efforts of the technical community, ICANN, RAI, Papatov, managed to change it. And in this last document, technical community was identified as a separate entity. Why it is important? In the currently adopted models of internet development, there is a practice of collecting feedback and recommendations. Obviously, we have a regulator that makes the decision, that develops policies, that adopts laws at the country level, or a set of rules if we're talking about supranational organizations, or like ICANN and RIPE and NCC. So it depends who is developing those rules and what their motivation is. In ICANN, our philosophy is that no rules, recommendations, or policies can contradict physics, the technical principles of internet functionality. And for those who are interested in academic discussions, there is an entire separate topic under discussion now, the technical governance of the internet. And it covers all the issues we have been discussing within these 2 days. So maybe it also relates to the question how this technical community can be active to make sure the technical principles are taken into account when developing other documents. Thank you, Mikhail. Can we say that we need to participate in something larger than just our work? So we shouldn't just be doing our technical job the way we do it, but we should be also interested and participate in a larger number of projects that can affect us and that refer both to the regional level and the global level. Are you ready to participate in these processes? For instance, in RIPE policy and development, in internet governance processes, in national or regional discussions, not only on the technical governance of the internet, but because, as they say, if you do not participate in politics, the politics, and if you do not engage with politics, the politics engages with you. But actually, maybe this question is rhetorical, because if you are here, then you already participate and you already participate. But I would like to hear and to see your more proactive position.
Quite a difficult question, you see. You mean that there are some conceptual problems for the development of humanity that are being discussed, and there is this part, regarding the technical developments of the internet. Okay, what can I say? We are taking part there, nevertheless. From the inside of our thoughts, could you please share them with us? Just share your thoughts with the entire world. Say hello to the world. I can say this to you only right now. You raised this topic, and I wonder whether I am ready to answer your question. We will support you. Well, this internet segment starts developing in this direction, but there are so many directions in energy sector, in informational direction. There are so many ideas. So the answer is probably yes. You know what I would like to have as one of the results after this meeting, after this event? I would like that RIPE NCC is not perceived exclusively like an organization that issues internet resources. RIPE NCC is also a coordination center, and what's more, it is the secretariat. So the RIPE community regardless of whether you are a provider or whether you are not a provider, whether you are interested in the technical developments of the internet, we already have to do things, and we help RIPE community to take part in all this. We try to understand your opinion, where we participate, for instance, at the UN platforms and so on. We want to understand your point of view to transmit it further. Hundreds, thousands, millions, even 100 million people from our region who are part of the RIPE community, they have their own work to do, and they can access these platforms to express their opinion, or you can express your opinion as a member of the RIPE NCC, as the member of the RIPE community, and we can transmit these thoughts further. We have one organization that is extremely proactive, and it is active in all these processes, especially when it comes to the technical developments of the internet. For quite a long time, we've known about them. So they have taken some specific responsibility, not only to become an internet provider, they also understand that there are some institutions that can help internet develop, and they understood that this is quite an important thing. They are also quite active at the regional, international level. They are actively cooperating with RIPE NCC. Let's do the following. Let's applaud our dear friends. Now, our friends from Romania, Eric. So Eric will tell us about Romania, what happens there, who they work with, what they implemented there. So basically, Eric will tell us about all the great things that they implemented there, and he will also tell us what they can do cooperating with us if we help you and vice versa.
Okay. Thank you very much for your introduction. I will present a very short update from Interland Internet Exchange, and I will do this in Romanian.
Deci, eu sunt din Internet Exchange. Interland este o platformă. Interland is a platform that is distributed on the territory of Romania, several cities. We have in Bucharest the central hub of the platform, but we also have several regional facilities in the main cities of the country: Arad, Cluj-Napoca, Constanța, Craiova, Iași, Suceava, Târgu Secu, Timișoara. And we also have 2 international presence points in Frankfurt and Sofia. Why do we have this model, distributed model? I want to explain it a little bit so that you understand what I mean, what I'm talking about. Our central hub is in Bucharest. Most of the operators are located in Bucharest, and that is why we have a ring of optic fibers that connects all of these locations. The main ones are Nextdata 1 and Nextdata 2 that are connecting the most of the operators, but we also have other locations in Bucharest. And the regional locations, they are dedicated to local operators, which are providing services to these regions, to the local communities. In the past implementation, the newest presence point is Târgu Secuiesc, and they are destined to local operators so that they can link with those from Bucharest, because in these presence points, generally there are very few operators, and the international connectivity points are destined to content providers, CDNs, and also the providers of IP transit. On the platform, we have an aggregated traffic, maximum peak traffic daily of approximately 600 gigabits per second. It is increasing. Probably we will soon reach 1 tera. Also, the total connected capacity of the operators is 4.4 terabytes. We have connected ports of 400 giga. Not anyone is connected yet, but they have become recently available, and we are expecting the first operators to connect to this capacity port. We also have on the platform ports of 100 giga, 40 giga, 10 giga, and 1 giga that we are trying to eliminate because they're very, very old right now. These ports are also available in several locations. The 400 giga are available in Bucharest, Nixdata 1, Nixdata 2, and also in Frankfurt and Sofia. In all the other locations, all of the other ports are available, and in the regional ports, we have only 10 giga because, as I was saying, these presence points are destined to local operators who, at this point in time, have a low traffic. The TV Exchange Media Platform, TVX, is a platform that through the infrastructure of the Internet Exchange, we are broadcasting several TV channels or streaming audio and video from the TV channels. They are dedicated to cable operators that are also Internet operators, of course, and practically it helps them not to receive the signal from the satellite, but directly from this platform to which they are already connected.
So, some of the services are localized in the main points in Bucharest and with equipment of this type. So what is possible to find in this Interland platform? We have more than 140 connected networks at this moment, more than 200 flows, TV flows, multicast TV streams, several DNS services. We have DNS routes, including Kevich from RIPE NCC. We have ICE 112 service, and also another service from RIPE NCC is present in our platform. We have several route connectors that are offered to the providers and give various informations and help with visibility in internet. The RIPE connector, RRC22, the collector from GBP tools, and the newest is from Route Views. We also have an NPP server that is serving the area of NPP work, several servers for speed tests. Our system is MS compliant, and for the management of peering connections, we use the IXP Manager app. Those who are connected, they can access it and can see information about their connection. Traffic, ports, where they're connected, and so on. Absolutely all and any information could be accessed through this platform. So what's next? Next, we want to upgrade the Bucharest ring for 100 giga connections with Nokia equipment, because in Bucharest we have the last generation Nokia equipment. We want to open a new POP in Gheorgheni. Soon we will have a 800 giga port. We are ready to do this, and soon we will have it. We have implemented recently VPN and MPLS, and It is in process of development as well, and I was saying that at the end of the year we will already have a proper application for the management of TV streams and of peering connections. As part of our contributions to the community, we are sponsors of many programs, and we help the community with various contributions. We have contributed, we are contributing to the IXP Manager Project, Peering DB, IXPDB, and Euro IX Fellowship. And we have translated into Romanian the first version of a film about Internet Exchange done by Euro IX. It is found on YouTube. On the events part, we have hosted a series of events along the time in collaboration with RIPE NCC, with EuroX, and with the Internet Society. This year, we will have 2 major events in Bucharest, which we will host in partnership with several organizations. European Peering Forum, this is the main event, and the main peering event in Europe, which will be present this year in Bucharest in September. And after this event, the RONOC event will follow. You have some cards on your tables, and you can find more information about RONOC there. RONOC is from Romania. Many of you have visited already RONOC, and you know what happens there. So in October, we will have RIPE 91, which will take place at the end of the month, in the last week of the month, last but 1 week of the month. And we invite you to participate in it as well. We intend to propose, and for now we are having discussions, but we intend to organize, we organized already a regional RIPE NCC in Timișoara, and we have now a proposal to do it on the sea side in Constanța, so this is not a certain date yet, but we hope to have it in the future. So you will find in the internet more resources about Interlan on our social media platforms and in the databases, which are dedicated databases with information about networks. And if you have questions about myself, or if you have questions about Interlan, I am waiting for them, or I am waiting as well for your comments or any other opinion that you would like to share. Thank you. Well, if not, you can find us here, me and my colleagues Angela and Daniel. And if you have questions to us, we will be able to answer you. We are available to do so.
Thanks so much. So I have a small question. So just to mention that they are not only building or participating or organizing these events, but they are also quite proactive in RIPE community. They are proactively coming to RIPE meetings. So what is your opinion why you should come to RIPE meetings, why you should be proactive with, why you are going to EuroX, why you are coming to RIPE meetings, why you are hosting these internet measurement days and also RIPE meetings? Why you do that?
Well, as I said yesterday in our discussion, we as an internet exchange, we work with the operators and with the community. So we are trying to contribute and to build the community, because without the community, there's no ecosystem, and that's why we should attend those meetings, because we are people from different organizations, from with different skills, with different knowledges, and the idea is to share this information and to contribute. So we have a community and we grow together.
It's quite interesting because, as I see, all good, bold guys are acting the same way. Because I used to be also the founding director of Armenian Internet Exchange, and we did the same. In fact, we have started to host RIPE NCC events. So we have hosted RIPE NCC Days, and I was the host of that. We have hosted the ENG, Eurasia Network Operators Group activity, also in Yerevan, and then there was an open position for the RIPE NCC, and Well, in Armenia, everybody thinks that it should be some deal. You should know somebody just to get this job. But I have just applied, really. And I have just applied for that position in external engagement team. And now I'm here with you. So
I think it's similar here.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much, Eric. Thank you. Please take your seat.
Thank you very much.
If we don't have any questions, do we have any questions? Yes. No, we don't go back.
Okay.
We have it.
O să spun în română.
I will ask in Romanian. I have seen many services that you are testing, including ITB, and my question is, did you consider yes or not and the results? So I noticed that this idea of not using anymore the ISP resolvers, but to have centralized resolvers like in Google, for example, or to have the DNS for EU that promises cybersecurity by design, blocking the malicious domains. Did you consider at any time to have a resolver service more organized than the ISP Mitch? For example, ISP Mitch that are partners with you, they could, like, for example, use this resolver in a more centralized way. Those servers that we are hosting in our Internet Exchange platform, they are hosted by us, but they are not managed by us. So the DNS servers, for example, they are managed by the operators of those systems. They are anycast. Practically, the closest will answer. So we implementing those servers, we are helping the system to operate better. Speaking about the NTP servers, frankly speaking, I am not a good, I don't have so much knowledge about how they work, but I could say that the NTP servers, they are also added in this raw pool area. I don't know to tell you exactly how these servers work. The other services are managed by us. For example, IS112 service is a service provided by us on a local server. So it serves the providers that are directly connected to Internet Exchange. I'm not sure whether I answered exactly to your question, but didn't you consider to host the resolvers and to give them as Google does? No, but for example, we have, by our presence in the Internet Exchange, we have a resolver from Cloudflare that answers local one-on-one. But once again, it is not managed by us. We just host them. And practically this service is provided by that operator who manages it. The same as the routers, Anycast. But I don't think 111 operates like Anycast, but I am not from this domain, so it's not my domain of expertise, so I cannot give you more details, unfortunately.
I have another question. Again, maybe a bit technical, but maybe not so much. So the question is, well, we see that there are a lot of infrastructure there, there are a lot of resources there, but we also saw that in many European countries there were maybe even better infrastructure, better resources, etc. But with some disasters, they go away, like in Spain, right? And we have a person in our team, a very important person that has also felt these issues in Spain, right, Gorgana? Yes. So do you consider or do you think about this resilience of infrastructures? Do you do some serious games? Do you consider what will happen? And do you make some simulations maybe about that? Do you think what will happen if something will go wrong way?
Well, we have, for our infrastructure, we have redundant links to the point of presence. We have redundant links between the point of presence. And, but in this case, like it was in Spain, when there was a major shutdown, in that case, you cannot do anything because either the infrastructure works, you don't have users to to communicate, to exchange data. So it will be like you have an infrastructure that works, but nobody uses because they don't have power. So
in that case, you should just enjoy the life without internet. Yeah.
yes, it's a interesting experience, I think, to stay a few hours for a few hours without electricity. Is
few hours.
I think almost.
How long did it take, Georgana?
Almost 1 day.
Do you remember? Tell us about your experience.
Oh my God. So we realized that those of us with an electric electric plate for cooking will be screwed. So get a gas so that you'll be able to cook food if this happens for a long time. But yes, so initially it switched off, internet and electricity switched off around midday for me, around lunchtime. Initially I thought it's my building because it's very old, but then I found out, no, it's all of the city. You noticed because of all the ambulances going around the city, so you get a feeling, okay, something is happening. And then some policemen, so you can't get news. There's no internet, or I mean, there's radio. How many of us have a radio at home that is battery operated? I don't know, something to think about. And then so we had no place to get news from. We walked on the streets, spoke to a policeman who said, as far as I know, it's all of Spain and Portugal. We really realized how vulnerable we are, without electricity and without internet. Internet is your source of news. So, yeah, for all of us, we didn't know what to think for a very long time, and had to find friends with a gas cooker to cook food. So they were very popular that day. Different cities.
And even with gas, you should have a lighter just to use it.
Yes, yeah, of course.
And if they are not smoking, it is difficult.
I noticed that now on different online shopping platforms, the most sold items is a battery-powered radio and a gas cooker. So it's even today, more than a month after the shutdown. But when it comes to the internet and electricity, we got it back after 8 hours. Some cities a little bit earlier than Valencia, where I'm based. But then even the weeks after, different network providers had problems. So Vodafone had, I'm using Vodafone's network in Spain. It had problems a few afternoons. So it wasn't like a very long disruption, but a few afternoons there were problems, no explanation given to us as customers. And then there was another shutdown that affected also emergency services, but that happened at a time when most people were asleep, so between 3 and 6 a.m. So I was not affected, but indeed, like, we have to think about emergency services are also relying on us staying operational, the internet, the internet staying operational in a country. So it was very eye-opening experience for a lot of people in Spain. Yeah.
So actually we came to the understanding that internet is no more the way of the communication. It is no more the way to call somebody, to see somebody that is far. It is an essential infrastructure to have also essential goods and prepare the food and live and get the emergency. And without that, you might be very, let's say, there will be a lot of problems for you to live. You cannot just live without internet and relax. Sometimes I think that, okay, let's switch this internet, but this is my decision, just to switch it off and be away of all these calls and messages and work and etc. But if somebody is switching it off, it is a disaster for me because, of course, it is not my decision. Somebody is switching their internet off, somebody is blocking some content, somebody is hindering me to do something, and that is not good for me. It is my personal opinion, but I guess you can share also that. I have another question to the audience. А чё я перешел на английский, кстати? Давайте.
By the way, why did I switch to English? So I will switch back to Romanian. I have another question. Quite often people say that today we have so we are witnessing the fourth digital revolution. Someone says the fourth, someone says 4+, the others say it's 5+, and so on and so forth. And when I went deeper into history and was looking what happened during the previous industrial revolution, I can see that they had a total nightmare. It was a total hell. Entire industries would die. And I would say that the governmental forms became worse, or at least they were changed. Even some developments was seen, the industrial growth took place, and there were personal tragedies. Peoples would disappear, states would disappear. So the industrial revolution did not only change the industry. The internet transit did not only change the way we were communicating, but it also changed many other things. Why do we speak about RIPE community? Why do we speak about the technical developments of the internet? Why do we link all this with the changes? Because we understand that many things will change, if not everything. And what do you think? What else will change from the critical elements? And what should we do to be ready to these changes? Now we are seeing these servers that are above the internet, and I refer to the development of AI. So we don't know what is left for the future, what professions will be still in demand. We don't know what is awaiting for us in this internet, in this community, in this society, in this world of the future. What would you say in this regard? I will give the microphone to those persons whom, or to this person whom I respect and I would like to listen to. Anatoly?
I have listened very carefully to the presentation about internet fragmentation, and indeed, the internet in its previous iterations, it has changed industries, and this was possible because of the fact that a lot of objects that we traditionally used to use separately, like a photo camera, like an FM receiver, like a TV set, all of them now are in one device that is called a smartphone. If I would make another step back, I think that thanks to the geopolitical situation, or due to the geopolitical situation in which we are, we have two effects. One effect, and here I will refer to the most recent elections that took place in Europe, in Romania, Poland, and Moldova. The internet becomes a very important factor, political factor. So people are hyper connected, and besides the political factor, which are elections or democratic process, we have, well, I'm not sure if I say it correctly, saying that we have this phenomenon of online war, this reality show that we have seen in this confrontation between Russia and Ukraine, confrontation now between Israel and Iran. when the events are followed by a huge number of people, when live, like when they are happening exactly at the same moment. At the same time, we notice that the countries of the regions, they talk more and more about sovereignty. And if you remember what happened closer to the end of the 20th century, and I refer to the attempt of being autonomous on the entire vertical production of basic components, transistors, resistors, this CHIP Act mentioned by the European Union. This creates logically the needs to generate a lot of consumer electronics in order to have enough flow of consumption of the basic electronic components. So the convergence of the human or Internet of People with the Internet of Things is an issue that we are poisoned to have it because, or for the simple reason, but this is the logics of industrial production. We will have to consume a lot of basic elements in any kind of consumer electronics, and those inevitably will be already connected to the internet. And if we synthesize all these things together, we come to the conclusion that we will have a new reality in which we will have a lot of connected devices, but they will not be in that form in which we had that promise starting with 2015, starting with that moment when the sale of 5G technology started. We will see a different evolution, which will be completely different, and which is due to the geopolitical events that happened in the last several years, very few years. I also believe that we will move more and more towards a double reality in the internet, to an anonymous reality which will be brought to extremity and a very strong de-anonymization. Probably that electronic signature, which was a means of digitization, will also become a means of authentication in the internet, a means of authority and a means of responsibility for those messages that are perpetuated. Maybe, and I am not expecting that this will happen on the current large platforms like Meta or any other national platform. I believe that new actors will arise in the social media area in a hybrid connection with something else. And we will have those blue dots in a new iteration where people will be very de-anonymized, but they will answer with their own reputation for the content that they are creating. And there will be a lot of anonymized content, as we saw in the 1990s, when everybody will hide behind nicknames. This is how I see the internet for the next 10 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Anatoly. Interesting. So we will go to the anonymization of our personas, so it can be, well, manageable. It can be more responsible, maybe, right? Interesting. Interesting. Alex, you are the organizer of...
I started speaking English again. So you are the organizer of the Internet Governance Forum in Moldova. So what do you think about these processes that take place now and that are going to happen? Are you also raising your hand? You would like to say a couple of words. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I'm Anton. Do you think it's worth it? I think so. Where are you from, Anton? I'm from Donetsk. Unexpectedly. I haven't been on stage for 6 years now. And I am a bit nervous. And this is natural for any person who takes a microphone and addresses the public. So, well, first of all, I would like to say words of thanks and recognition. We met in 2023 in Kazakhstan, then met a couple more times, and this person impressed me with his kindness, big smile, and all women were enchanted by him, and all men, I'm telling you. And I am very grateful to this person for coming to Moldova, and I'm happy that you all came to Moldova, and we've had such a wonderful event. What is expecting us in the future? Apart from me making you happy by my presence, well, I am sure that at 17 hours we're going to have a reception outside this room. Anything else is covered by no guarantee. We're going to live in this future together, so we'll live and see. I would like to thank RIPE and NCC for organizing this event in Moldova, and I'm glad that I have chosen this country to live in. And when I made the decision, a couple of months later, here comes RIPE and NCC with this same vibe that I felt 2 years ago in Kazakhstan. And by the way, for the future, I think we have to, all of us, have to make sure that internet is safer and more user-friendly. And these are words that we hear every day. These are some general words, but there is a lot of sense behind these words, because it is painful to see when adults suffer, or people who have just met these technologies. And I personally would like to take care of these people. This is all a draft project now. I'm not going to tell you more at this point, but I think that we'll join our efforts in contributing to user safety, at least in a one given country. I'm very grateful to Alexei Marchuk. Where is he, by the way? Well, thanks to this person included, this event has been possible. I haven't met mentors in my life for quite a while. I mean, it's been a while since I met the last mentor. Well, thank you very much for the honor. There is a Prime Minister's counselor or advisor in the audience as well. Vahan is right, actually. We have an internet community organization in Chisinau, and we are co-hosting the Internet Governance Forum. And whenever I say we organize, this means that we and partners, and one of the key partners is RIPE NCC. And we hope that RIPE NCC will continue participating in the key events for the internet community in Moldova, and maybe even more. Because when Vahan is seen in the Central Asia, they actually roll out the red carpet. They say, this is our main sponsor. You can give a round of applause. No, I haven't seen the red carpet, but it's a hint. Okay. I saw it with my own eyes. And we're going to meet in Norway with the head of Asian, and she's going to repeat these words. Well, dear friends, indeed, as RIPE NCC, we support national, regional IGFs. We are not alone. in this sense. Our events are supported by our friends from ICANN, IGFSA, ISOC, and other organizations. Why are we supporting it? Because on our part, for instance, we consider that it is very important to take into account the technical community's opinion and hear it actually. In this at these forums, and that is why we participate, we express our opinion, we moderate sometimes. So it's not like we only come and say thank you for having us. No, it is very important for the opinion of the technical community, the providers, those people who are the technical community actually. What is the definition? Who is going to give me a definition? Well, a very comprehensive answer. So one of the 4 groups of stakeholders, according to the UN classification, so one of components is internet governance. So yes, obviously, it would be strange if the organizer of Moldovan IGF wouldn't have answered this question. Thank you. But our technical community, RIPE, the RIPE technical community, consists of all of you who are not only our members, but also those who are just curious about the technical development of the internet. You not necessarily have to be our members, but you cannot not be members of the RIPE technical community because you are interested in technical development of the internet. We invite all RIPE NCC members to engage more actively the RIPE community, not members. Yes, to participate in European events, the event in Bucharest that is going to take place in autumn in particular. And we are always glad to see you in Moldova for one of the next events, because RIPE has many events that they organize for the community, and unfortunately not so many in Chisinau. Well, we'll have more. Thank you very much. Anatoly has mentioned about the issues of safety that are going to be more and more relevant, which might lead to de-anonymization. We have a company here that has a video surveillance monitoring or software. Anna, what is going to happen? Is it safe for us? Anyway, why more and more companies and people get interested in this, to observe, to see why they need? Thank you, Vahan. Indeed, the safety trends in the modern world are related not only to the internet but to our life as well, and that is why video surveillance in particular on the internet is also part of the general safety and security, and it is important for the future, for the development as a whole of the internet community and companies that promote safety on the internet and public safety. So these urges them to cooperate to develop joint strategies, not only on video surveilling, but actually on the internet in general, because everything is so accessible, including video surveillance on the smartphone, all the internet platforms, everything is open. And that is why safety in cities, in homes, is the highest value. And that is why I consider that the entire community should be moving towards union. And do we have this unity? Do you want to be surveyed? Well, not naturally, because everybody would like to keep some privacy, obviously. And now government programs are also, aimed at protecting personal data. So it's very important to trace traffic from the video cameras to clouds to make sure that it stays within the country, for instance. And in this sense, the platforms that are locally localized, are safer. And okay, I would like to rephrase the question. Would you like to be followed, surveyed privately? No. No. No way. I don't agree. And speaking of confidentiality on the internet, there is such a principle when we develop a product and we would like to add something to it, we need to go back to the beginning, like what were we doing it for? So the internet was actually invented for confidentiality purposes, and now we're getting back. Or we're changing that initial purpose of the internet that was developed for the confidentiality of users. Now I have to input my passport data, for instance, or to use my digital signature for everybody know who I am and what I'm doing there. Okay, we are not speaking of the content now. Our conference is on the technical development of the internet on the one hand, but on the other hand, those technical services that are related to privacy, they're also somehow interconnected, and it is impossible, I guess, to speak about services if we're not mentioning content, or vice versa. Difficult. Anatoly, how to live and not to be lost in translation? I will speak Russian, so it's not about not letting people on the internet unless they show their passport. But look at it from the other side. Look at those people for whom the internet is something new, from whom money is stolen from their internet banking account. If you open a small restaurant, for instance, and there is this star system and 100 bots, fly in and they say that your restaurant is bad. When we speak about the balance and the most probably there will be extremely polarized things on the internet in the future. There will be highly anonymized services like Telegram, for instance, with all the freedom of expression. But on the other hand, when there are risks to personal risks, business risks, etc., and I understand the speculation because some governments can make an arm, a weapon out of anything, that Max Payne phenomenon. But we have to understand that people should be held liable for what they say, for what they write on the internet, for those stars that they give. Because if we go back to the mass culture of gaming, nobody, no server will let you produce bots because it's not fair. We are talking about fairness that should be there on the internet and about those small groups that feed 80% of the fake content. Thank you, Anatoly. Well, actually, there are several issues related to safety, to the technical development of the internet, and this technical development issues are also have several layers, so quite a few layers actually, and that is why it is important for all these organizations that understand technically what the matter is to participate in the process, to advise and to contribute to decision making. On the other hand, there are safety and security issues, and where an important role should be played by the government, by the law enforcement authorities, by the organizations that are specialized in this and who have a larger role to play. But we also have a person who is let's say, he has a rich experience in developing both RIPE NCC and the RIPE community. And this person is here today. You met him yesterday. He is from a neighboring country. Who is that? Who? Who? Who is that? No, wrong answer. Who is that? You met him yesterday. This person is tall. He doesn't have a beard. You registered him. So tell me his name. Your name. No, it's not me. No, I'm not going to ask about myself. Anatoly? No, it's not Anatoly.
Who is it? No. Ну что еще? Какую еще подсказку?
Okay, what else can I give you as a hint? He is also part of the administrative board of our RIPE NCC. What? Who? How many board members do we have here? There is just one. Who is that? Everybody is pointing at you, dear friend.
This person, yes. Come with us. So tell us, please, what you are doing in this board. What you are, not you, but all the members of the board are doing at RIPE NCC. How do you see the technical development of internet in future, and what challenges do we have?
That's a very difficult question. I see two parts. Short. So how much time do I have? Yeah. So there are basically two parts of this question. The first one is what the board is doing. So basically, we are keeping the organization running from the strategic point of view. Of course, we delegated the operational tasks to Hans-Peter Hollen and the management team and all the staff, wonderful staff who works for the NCC. So that's the first part of that question. And the other one was about the challenges for the future in internet development, I believe. How difficult it is to live? Oh, this is very so it's a philosophical question, how difficult it is to live. But the technical developments of the internet, I see 2 or 3 challenges. The first one, the IPv6 implementation versus the IPv4 depletion. So the market is driving the prices, maybe not skyrocketing, but they're quite stable right now. But I think that we need to move from IPv4, and I know this is like not a fresh topic, not something which we are invented last year, but we need to quicker move from IPv4 to IPv6. That's the first one. The other one is, and that was very much reflected in, and that's my personal opinion, that was very much reflected in the presentation by Mikhail, the fragmentation of the internet. That will be probably a challenge in the future. It is right now. We've heard in the news that actually in Iran they decided last night to almost close the internet. Yeah, so this kind of developments, I think they will be challenging in the future. And keeping the things down to the ground, I believe that the last mile will be kind of challenging for a lot of countries. I see that somehow similar to the situation with the electrification in the 20th century. If you think about it this way, and if you check when the last village was electrified in UK, for example, then you will be surprised that it was very, very, very late. And I see the same struggles, the same problems with the last mile in very distant rural areas. And I think this will be like a challenge. This is a challenge right now, despite all the efforts which has been taken by the governments, by the ISPs, and so on. But this is once again my private opinion. I could be easily wrong.
We hear a lot about this term of meaningful connectivity. So what is under that? So what is the meaningful, can meaningful connectivity for Moldova be on one level and meaningful connectivity for UK or Czech Republic on another level? What is this meaningful connectivity and what operators can do to have the good technical platform to deliver all these digital benefits to people?
That's once again a philosophical question, I believe, more than technical. Like meaningful, I believe that everyone here has his own sense of something, of the meaningful things. For one person, that's internet banking, for example. For the other, it's like keeping connected with the family and friends. For the third person, it would be like looking for the hobbies in the internet, and so on and so on. So the meaningful, I wouldn't like differentiate that on the country level. I would rather think that in the sense of diversity in between the ordinary people, like probably we differ in our interests, and then we will be looking for something else in the internet. But this is not like Armenia will be looking for something else or Poland will be looking for something else. No, it's like a usual ordinary people. In that sense, I think that meaningful is something which you should leave to the users, but the role of the operators, in my view, it's to bring the possibility to have a reliable connection without borders, basically. Yeah, but
yeah, I'm asking about this because there are a lot of platforms where this meaningful connectivity is discussed, and we have also the discussion on digital public infrastructures, where we should understand also what is this digital public infrastructure and what is digital and what is public. And is it the basement of technical platform of internet to be one of the segments of this digital public infrastructure? Is this public a public in the meaning of state, or is this public a public in the meaning of, well, important community infrastructure, let's say? Some states can understand it as the public infrastructure, it is a state infrastructure, and some states or some countries can understand it as the infrastructure that should be served, should be serving to the people. So it can be not only the state infrastructure, but for example, also the infrastructure that is not state, but it is essential for people, for the society. And in that mean, well, there are a lot of definitions where we should be really precise with technical community when we are discussing with others, like the states, other organizations, so we can be on the one level of understanding, not to tell this is meaningful connectivity, but we don't say about the quality. Should the state ensure the quality of this meaningful connectivity or not?
So first of all, I see that as a mix of state and non-state. A very good example is the public health services, which is provided usually by the state in most of the countries, at least here in that region, whereas the banking is usually like a private operated thing. Like, I'm not telling that there are no state-owned banks, but the majority of the banks probably are private-owned. And I understand that like banking is very essential to the people. So maybe not at the same level like health insurance or health services, but this is just a different need. Getting back to the quality question, I'm very much in that sense, libertarian. Like, I believe that the market will solve that problem in a way that the competitors on the market, the different ISPs, will provide a good quality internet because that will pay for them. So people will move from one to the other because of the quality and price. So what you get for your money. And this is once again my personal opinion. I don't see a role for state to guarantee anything like that, except, and here we are getting back to the one of the challenges. I think that state can or can even should. I wouldn't use the word intervene, but help develop internet in the places which are like a very distant. Like, probably this is like those locations are not profitable for the ISPs. That's why I see the role of states here. For example, in Poland, there used to be, I think there is still a law that actually mandates one of the biggest operators to provide the internet on a reasonable level to the very distant locations. So I see the role here, but this is a rather limited role.
Good. Thank you. Let's say thank you also to Piotr, board member of RIPE NCC.
Thank you very much.
Welcome. Thank you. And now we came to the moment. Yeah, перешел.
I switch back to English. Now we come to the end of our event. My colleague, Gergana Petrova, will tell us what we managed to come to, what we managed to achieve, and she will bring some numbers. The floor is yours.
And now? Yes, okay, great. Good afternoon, everyone. My colleague Kerstin prepared also some slides for me. Can I ask? Okay, they're coming up very soon. So yeah, we're kind of coming to a close for our official agenda today. It was a big pleasure to welcome all of you in Chisinau. Let me see. I would like to invite to the stage our hosts, without whom we would not have been able to host such a nice event. Could you please come to stage? And maybe Alex, Vahan, can you please help me as well? Thank you. Yes, very good. Thank you.
Сперва, наверное, давайте.
Han, do you want to go?
I can go.
Holding it.
I can go. Сперва самое вкусное.
First, the tasty things, the certificates. So this certificate says that this certificate of appreciation is recognizing the merits to our participants within the RIPE NCC Chisinau 18th-19th. It is awarded to STISC, so this certificate is yours. We have the second host present, the association that helped us organize this event from the part of the community, which is no less important. So I also have a certificate for Alexei Marchuk, and I'm going to give you this certificate right now. Please take it. So this is the certificate, and this is our gratitude. Shake your hands. Oh, yes. Now it's my turn. Besides the certificates, we have, you know what we should have? We should have some music. Don't we have any music as a background? Some solemn music, why not? We didn't invite our dear guests to dance, but I want some solemn music. I disagree to work under such conditions, you know.
My manager Girgana also
Just try to find some music, and we have one more thing. I will say it in English, but there is no microphone. Just say that this is something nice. Say it's nice. Can I have a look once again into it? Yes, definitely it's nice. Look and envy. Where is the mic? We cannot hear them. The person talking. No microphone. Thank you so much. Please take this. This is a great honor to us to become ripe partners. Thank you so much for such a great event. You've gathered the entire internet community in Moldova, and you brought everyone to the same room. The experts came, they shared their innovations, and they shared their expert knowledge in the field of internet development. Thank you. Actually, we have some more nice items, but we are not going to show you because they come from Holland. These things are not to be shown, but they are definitely safe and harmless, so everything is fine, don't worry. And now we have this thing for the second host as well. I hope that Alexei is going to keep it on the table, and everyone who comes to the association will see it and envy you. I would say that this is even nicer than the one my colleague has. It's nicer than the first one, maybe the second host has. It's the healthy competition. This is what we call it. I will not repeat ideas. I want to thank our partners. I would like to thank our permanent partners in Moldova, with whom we organize events for the internet community. And please expect us at your events, definitely. What's most important is that you see the results and you see the usefulness. Gergana also has some small gifts from Netherlands. You can probably eat it. Well, not Gergana, but the gift can be eaten.
Есть next one?
Yes.
Не уходите.
Thank you very much for all your help. Without we always need a host when we're having an event outside of the Netherlands. Us being reliant on your help to host this event. So yeah, thank you very much, both of you. Thank you.
Bravissimo, bravissimo. А кому еще можно?
Who else needs certificates? What would you say? Who was the most active in this room? Well, but you just didn't see their work. during the program committee. So who deserves our gratitude? Someone is showing to this person. Anatoly. You know, let me go down. This is for you. Thank you, Anatoly. I will say a few words about Anatoly. Anatoly is not only the member of the program committee. This is, how to say, this is a huge person, you know. It's a huge man. He has powerful technical knowledge, but also he is a great friend and a great person. I'm so happy to have known Anatoly. Thank you so much for your enormous assistance that you provided us to organize this event. This was something fantastic. Let's applaud Anatoly. Thank you, Anatoly. And we have some other people that worked for the program committee. Girgana will say this.
Yes, I just wanted to say thank you very much. I know that you contributed a lot to the program. You can see on the slide everybody else. Some of them couldn't make it in person to the meeting, but yeah, this is the group of people whom we have to thank for the successful program that we have for this event. So please give a round of applause for all of them. Vahan, Alex, Anatoly, Dimitri, two Alexes actually, Marin as well, and Hisham. All right. Well, thank you very much for coming on stage as well. Let me continue. Yeah. All right. No, it's good. Well, just some final remarks. I wanted to share with you that 107 participants checked in over the course of the last 2 days from a total of 8 countries, and 59 attendees were newcomers, so that's more than 50%. Really, thank you so much for showing up, because without you, the event wouldn't exist. So please, a round of applause for yourselves as well. Thank you. We're very happy to see 73 participants from Moldova, and also we had attendees from other countries as well, Romania, Poland, Ukraine. Thank you very much for making the trip here. Yeah, we're very happy to see so many of you present. I would also like to say thanks to our staff. You can see their faces here on the screen, and of course in our offices in Amsterdam there is even more staff that was involved in making this event possible. Please, a round of applause to the staff as well. The program committee I already mentioned. All right, so now that we have come to almost the last slide, please take a second. I'm going to make an awkward pause now to give you some time to scan the relevant QR code. You can choose whichever language you feel most comfortable in to tell us how the event was for you. We really rely on this feedback in order to know what to change for next time, because we do want to come back. Yes, I'm going to sit here for like 1 minute.
Can I add one small point that is very, very important also? So we had, during this date, we had also trainings. Actually, I cannot say how many participants we had, but we had a lot of participants. And what is also very important, we had also the certification exams. And we have, I guess, 3 people that has passed 4 exams. And I don't know, is anybody here from these people? 4 экзамена прошли.
They passed 4 exams. Can you imagine? They have passed 4 exams at least, because there are still exams taking place, and at least 4 certificates were issued. So these are actually 4 high-class professionals. You can address them if you need specialists on crucial directions that RIPE NCC deals with. As for the QR codes, this is extremely important. Please do not say that, yes, everything was perfect. Just don't forget to add what could be improved. I don't call you to say that everything was bad. No way. But please let us know what we can improve. This is extremely important that we could improve our work for the future.
So one person overachieved and passed 2 exams in 2 days. Wow. I just wanted to also mention, if you didn't have a chance to take the exam, is my mic working? If you didn't have a chance to take the exam during this event, you can still ask for vouchers if you want to take it after the event. All right, my very last slide is again an invitation for you guys to join us at RIPE 91. Probably you're tired of me repeating this, but Bucharest is not too far away. So please consider joining us. Again, a reminder, if you are a new member, if you're a member of RIPE NCC for less than 2 years, you have free codes. You have 2 free codes to attend the RIPE meeting. So please take advantage of that. And with this, I really think this was my last slide. Oh no, this is my last slide. All right, join us for the closing reception. This is in the main foyer. So that way, yes. Okay, yes, where the coffee break area was. And we have about 2 hours to spend still with each other, talking and eating good food. Yeah, so please join me there. Thank you very much.
Today we have to eat and drink everything that is given there. And now applauses to all of you. Thank you all.
Thank you all for this really beautiful participation. Thanks to our organizers, thanks to our hosts, thanks to our staff, thanks to our technical staff that were supporting us, also to beautiful translators. And we will have also excellent photos. You can apply to us to have these photos. We will have really beautiful, beautiful photos, and you'll use it in all of your future life. Thank you.
Actually, did we take a photo of all the participants in front of the stage? Maybe we can do that.
We can do that. А сейчас идите ко мне.
Please come to me now. I will forgive everything.
For an excellent chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela.
The best chairman.